Good evening, commission members and the public. I want to call to order the Bloomington Historic Preservation Commission meeting to order for March 24th. All right, Dee, will you do our roll call?
Marlene Newman. Doug Bruce. Daniel Schlegel. Is anybody calling out their name? Because I'm not hearing anything.
Keep going, Dee. They're not here in the present here in the.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
Sam
here.
DeSal-
It's
Okay.
Duncan Campbell.
Okay, thank you. Sam DeSaller,
I'm here.
Matthew Seddon, John Saunders, Elizabeth Mitchell, Allison Chopra, Mark Cross,
Sorry, that was me. I'm
Bernard
here.
Cross. Okay. Got Duncan Campbell, Derek Ritchie, Ernesto Castaneda,
Here.
Chris Thurbaum.
All right, thank you, Dee. Let's move on to approval of minutes. I'll need a motion. Move to approve. Second. Okay, Dee, roll call.
Okay, Sam DeSaller, Matt Seddon,
Yes.
John Saunders,
Yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell,
Yes.
Bernard Cross,
All right, thank you.
Marlene just joined Dee.
thank you.
May I have a moment for housekeeping?
Yes, absolutely.
So good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. Just a few seconds of housekeeping for the people who are present and for the people online via Zoom. So the people who are in Zoom, unless you are a commissioner or staff, you are muted. And so whenever there is an opportunity for where your case comes up or opportunity for public comments, I will ask people to raise their hands online. Yeah, for the people here, those who are sitting outside, we will be calling them whenever their case comes up. For the people who are in here with Zoom, put the volume of your computers to 0 or we will get terrible echo. So those are all the housekeeping rules. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gloria. So let's start with staff review. COA 22-22.
Okay, COA 22-22 was for the plaque, a plaque installation at 321 North Roger Street, Second Baptist Church. The plaque is to commemorate it being in the National Register of Historic Places.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to commission review, COA 22-23, 510 West Allen Street.
Just one second. Take your time.
That was stereo.
It's okay, I'll give everybody a second. Testing? Testing? No, you have to lower the volume. Excellent.
Excellent. Very
Okay,
good.
perfect. No more echo. So COA 22-23 at 500 West 510 West Allen Street, located in the McDowell Historic District. The petitioner, Karen Ellis, is requesting for the replacement of windows, siding, adding insulation, and removing the porch ceiling. So staff comments the following. The proposed materials and their application falls within the McDowell Garden Historic Districts. The lap siding 4-inch reveal is appropriate for the historic districts. The current windows, except for the stained glass windows, which will not be replaced, are already vinyl replacements. And the original trim will be restored, window trim will be restored when possible. So I had the McDowell Gardens Construction Subcommittee informed me that they would be commenting, and they have just entered Zoom. So let me give Paul Ash and Elizabeth Ash Cox a moment to get completely online. And so here's a bit more context of the windows to be replaced and the vinyl siding, the current vinyl siding. Yeah, so this is all that I have for now.
Petitioners with us? Very good, thank you for coming. All right, so let's start with questions. And let's start with Marlene.
No questions.
No questions? Okay. Sam, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Matthew, do you have any questions?
I will recuse myself from this one. Ms. Ellis is a parishioner of Bloomington.
Thank you. Elizabeth, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Duncan, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
And Ernesto?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to comments. And let's start out with Marlene.
No comments. Seems fine.
Okay. Sam, do you have any comments?
I guess I was wondering if the neighborhood had any comments first.
I asked Paul to unmute, so if they want to speak, they are online.
Can I
Paul?
speak now or not?
Yes.
I'm Elizabeth Cox Ash. My husband's Paul Ash. We're the house just west of this house. And I want to give the neighborhood comments on this. The work to be done is appropriate to our historic guidelines. The windows replaced, I know you don't like windows replaced, but these were cheap vinyl windows that were put in, I think in 1997, and the fact that they're leaking already really says something about vinyl windows. Chris Sturbaum replaced our windows back in 93 with wood replacement windows, and they're still great. So I do recommend the replacement windows. They are in our guidelines. I like the idea of getting rid of the iron as well on the porch. That was a 50s addition. This particular house is definitely historic. It was built in 1930 by Kaya Allen, as in Izakiah, and he was one of the first ministers of the Free Methodist Church on Grimes and Lincoln. So that's the reason why there are stained glass windows on either side of the fireplace. I'm glad they're not going to be replaced because that was a particular element of this house that made it so attractive. The cement board is much better than the original wood. And, you know, I wish I could afford that. So I just really recommend this. Do you have anything to add?
Hezekiah Rail.
Oh, Izakiah Rail, excuse me. But anyway, this is my husband, Paul. Do you have any comments?
No, I am 100% in favor of what she's proposing.
Thank you for those comments. All right, Sam?
The only other thing, it's sort of a comment I'd also like to hear, if the petitioner has anything to say before
Okay.
we say anything, if that's all right.
Sure. I just say that thank you for hearing this case. And with regard to the siding, our plan is to remove the vinyl, and we anticipate that much of the wood underneath can be restored and painted. And that's what I've discussed with the contractor, Christopher Baum of Golden Hands. If it can't be, or if there are parts that cannot be restored, then we will go with the cement board siding. But I just wanted to clarify that from the neighborhood comment.
Thank you, Karen.
I guess my only comment would be that I think it's a great project, and since you're also doing insulation, I know Chris will do this, but pull a board and insulate that way and then put the board back so you don't have to plug.
Okay, and so, yes, he's planning to what he calls low insulation in.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, no plugging.
Well, I mean, when you blow insulation in, you have to drill a hole in each stud bay
Okay,
from the outside. So if you pull off a piece of lap siding, and then you can plug that hole and put the lap siding back, and you don't see it. But I'm pretty sure Chris is on that.
Can I ask Karen one more question? Are you gonna gut the insides or are you gonna leave it alone?
the insides are in really good shape,
Okay.
except for a little crack in the plaster every few feet. But the insides are fine. I'm not planning on doing, there's been extensive work done inside to renovate the kitchen already and the bathroom, and everything is in really good shape. It's just the exterior and these windows have, I just don't want to be encased in plastic anymore.
Great, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay. Matthew, do you have any?
Recused.
I'm sorry.
That's all
I
right.
still have you down here. Elizabeth, any comments? All right, and Renard, do you have any comments? Okay, and I don't have any comments on this project. I read it and I was totally enthusiastic about what you're doing with it. I think it's so cool. Another method with the installation is that you can drill holes inside the plaster walls and blow it from inside.
Okay,
If you didn't want to do the outsides, it's another option
okay,
out there.
thank you.
All right, so I need a motion to, oh, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Ernesto and Duncan.
No comment.
Duncan,
No, it's a nice application. I think it's very well thought through and looks like a good project.
okay. Now can I have a motion?
Move to approve COA 22-23. That's Sam.
Berlin second. All right.
Alan?
Go ahead, Dee.
Marlene Newman,
Yes.
Sam DeSaller, Matthew Seddon,
Recused.
John Saunders,
Yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell,
Yes.
Bernard Cross. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank
you.
you for coming this evening. Looking forward to that project.
Yes, you'll have to give me some recommendation on colors now. Take care.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to COA 22-24, 619 West Smith Avenue. Is Glenda with us and Patrick?
They are online.
I see Glenda right there. Okay, great. All right,
So COA 22-24 at 619 West Smith Avenue, found in the Greater Prospect Hills Historic District. This is a case, a building that we've been seeing quite a bit in the last few months as first BRI, and then Glenda and Patrick have been working to explore ways of restoring it and bringing it back to a more habitable, usable sense. The previous And this kind of comes to the point, the previous C of A was for the removal of some siding so that they can do some exploration. And so from that exploration came the plan that we are seeing today. It's pretty extensive. It calls for an addition, changing to the roof line. It calls for extensive work on the footing and on, let me see, quite a few materials, siding and windows. So siding change, window change. Before we go on, however, I did want to state that in the past, I've always had this building as rated non-contributing because Shard had it that way. However, Steve Wyatt from BRI clarified that the rating was changed to contributing in 2018 with the local survey. So that opened another conversation to have with the state. That said, the building is rated as contributing as of now, and I just want to make sure everybody knows that. The Greater Prospect Hills sent a lot, quite a bit of, they wrote a lot about, and went into detail about the different aspects of this project, but to sum it up pretty quickly, they do support it. They just went into more detail and each of the members commented. And if you want to read it in detail, the information can be found in the packet. So they also, the petitioners included a scale, more or less scale model of the proposal and the 2 additions that they want to work on and alterations. So as you can see in the second version of the model, there is a change to the roof line and to how the position of the different roofs with relation to each other. This is what they found when they pulled off the siding. So, and here's more information about, just detailed information about the work that they are going to be doing, both to the ceiling and to the footing. Again, we work, the commission works with the exterior of the building, but they sent a pretty comprehensive packet. So that said, staff does recommend for the approval of 22-24.
Okay, I see that Glenda's with us. Glenda, do you have any additional?
Let me ask her to mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry. Glenda, can you hear me?
Yes,
Great.
Patrick and I are both here.
Great. Do you have any more additional information for us?
I think Gloria did a very good job of presenting our project. I might add that there was BRI basically saved the house by putting a roof on it and drying it out. But the whole eastern facade is unstable. The roof isn't even connected to the wall in a lot of places. So we've got our work cut out for us. And that second addition had been a porch, and the roof line is quite low. So the reason we wanted to put the gable up is so we could have 9-foot ceilings in that room compared to the rest of the house.
Well, and the original gable L has 9-foot ceilings.
This is the house that we had on Smith.
Yes, right.
You stayed on because
And then after this is done, I will get off.
All right. Thank you. Were there any recommendations from the neighborhood association? I saw we had some comments.
The comments, sorry, I need to move my screen around a little. So they went into detail, but in the end, everything was positive. So they went into detail about what was happening, but it was all supporting. There weren't any sort of changes or alterations that I could remember. If anybody else read it and saw any additional detail that I may have missed, feel free to comment it. If any of the Neighborhood Subcommittee is online. Please raise your hand and I can unmute you. But everything was very supportive. The first person to comment, I'm sorry, just moving a lot of things around. First comment was from Richard Lewis. I'm really glad to see this property receiving long-awaited attention. It has sat empty and dilapidated for too long. Although internal and structural work are not really within our purview. I'm glad to see the substantial structural issues being addressed. This is an ambitious project and I salute the new owners for taking it on. And so both John Vitello and Jeff Golden supported that.
Very good, thank you.
And,
Very good.
and Paul Ash has their hands.
Yeah,
raised.
let's go ahead. And Paul?
Okay, this is Elizabeth Cox-Ash, and I wanted to make a comment about this particular project. I really salute Glinda and Patrick for doing this. BRI did have this for quite a while. The fact that we couldn't find somebody within the affordable categories to go ahead and fix the project and finish doing the fixing within our affordable budget was why we did not continue with the project. So this would definitely be a market rate structure. But Patrick was on the very first affordable housing committee that BRI had. So the fact that he and Glinda are doing this, you will be guaranteed with a proper renovation. And of course, Chris Sturbaum, he's the best contractor I know for doing historic restoration. So this is going to be an excellent project. I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's start off with questions. Marlene?
So, I guess I'm a little worried about the way the roof line works. And I know that the house had some problems with the roof originally, but when you look at the original building, whatever that picture is, you see that the roof slopes down in the back. I think I want to look at the back, the first picture, yeah, the first one prior to that. That one. So when you look at those rear roofs, they both slope away from the main roof, which is great. And there may be problems, and I think there's a little bit of a break in one of the roofs. So then when you scale, if you scroll down and you look at the first model, one of the things that is problematic is the way the first edition roof, in my mind, the way the first edition roof hits the main roof. And also, and then when you move to the second model, the one on the right, I see lots and lots of problems. I like the idea that it's got this L-shaped raised thing, but I'm really, really worried about the way that flat roof meets the two gables, the L-shaped gable, because there's not enough room between the one roof and the flat roof for flashing. There's not enough room for snow accumulation, and for the I can only see trouble with that. And I think that maybe I don't know what the heights of the the edges of the gables are, but I would think that you need at least a foot between those two roof lines so that you could flash it properly and you won't get I just can see a nightmare there. I don't know if you agree, Sam. I think it's the problem. I don't know the solution, but I think it's the problem in the model. It really makes me worried.
Patrick?
Yes,
Do you have a response for Marlene?
I didn't hear exactly what she said, but I thought she was worried about flashing and the slope of the roof not being able to drain. Is that correct?
Well, it's two things. One is the slope of the roof not to drain, but also there's not enough room between the one edge of the gable, the end of the gable, and the new flat roof to flash. And I think that's probably why the roofs were the way they were to begin with, because it allowed for sloping away in both instances, and you could sort of, you could continue the flashing from the first addition to that one cable that's coming toward us. In the
Can somebody repeat that? Because I did not make that out.
Oh,
You get to me, I'll try and be loud, but I think I can address what she's talking about. You want me to?
Yeah,
are you-
Sam.
It's really worrisome, and I'm sure that's right. Okay, so my understanding, I think this is a good picture to talk from, and I'm really happy that you guys are doing what you're doing. I think this will be a great improvement on what is there. And I guess we're in question mode right now. And I think the question that Marlene is getting at, and correct me if I am wrong, when you extend the new gable out, that solves part of the problem. So that's all good. The new gable making the ceiling higher, that's great. The concern is if you are maintaining the existing low slope roof height, if you're just keeping that roof the way it is, then the transition from both the existing roof to that low slope roof and to the new extension of that roof to the low slope roof is it's iffy. It's problematic. You need a little bit steeper slope. A lot of times the traditional way that was addressed on a infill porch like this is you have a double slope roof so that you just about maybe halfway down the steeper roof, you come out with like a 3 and 12, or you put a metal roof at like a 2 and 12, or even a 3 and 12. And then you sort of continue that valley down at a 45. So that your roof isn't like one low slope thing. It's two, not as steep as the steep slope, but a little steeper than you got. So that you just have a transition between two different roof slopes instead of a totally separate roof type being sort of tucked in under tightly underneath the steeper slope roof. Because
Okay.
Let me, one more thing, and I want to. So I think the other issue that Marlene is having with this, if you do sort of tuck it in and under, you get snow that accumulates there and then it starts to melt. You often get water that seeps back.
Okay, can I address this, please?
Sure.
Can I just say one?
Hang on, Paul. Marlene has one more.
One
comment.
other thing is, I think that's why when you look at that other picture, the white one that is the rear.
Speak up loud.
Okay, the one that was, can you go up to the previous picture?
sorry.
The white one.
Yes.
The first one. Okay. So what that roof does is it kind of edges up the edge of the L in both directions. So that it's making a slope. I mean, it's not an elegant connection, but I think it would work. But the model shows that it's, tucked under. So I would like raise.
Can I address that, please?
Yes.
Yes, Paul.
Can I address that, please?
Please.
The model is basically representing the forms that we want to use. The roof is actually going to be raised at least a foot, and it will not tuck under the eaves. It will start on top of the roof, and that will raise that at least a foot. It will be just like the front porch. The front porch starts not under the eave, but on top of the eave. And so we're raising the whole roof structure at least a foot, and it will start on top of the roof, not underneath the eave.
And Chris tells me, this is Glenda, Chris tells me that he sent you a different drawing, Gloria, and I don't know if you can access it since he just emailed it to you, but we have a better drawing to show that. But the point here was to raise the roof a little bit in what will be the kitchen and to address the drainage that you're concerned about.
That's exactly what we want to hear. Thank you. So I guess the only other question I have, we're still on questions, right?
Yes.
Is that sort of porch under that roof, is that going to be the same size as it currently is?
The porch, the little back porch will be the same size that it currently is.
Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Great. Is that like you and Maureen at the same time?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
you done with all of us.
Does this help?
Matthew.
No question.
Elizabeth, any questions?
No questions.
Sure.
Those were my exact.
And Renard?
No.
All right, great. I haven't got any questions myself. Duncan
No questions.
and Ernesto?
No questions. Thank you.
Chris? I thought I saw Chris out there with this.
Yeah.
Probably
Oh, there
have
it
to
is.
recuse himself on this one.
Yeah, well, he's advisor.
Just has-
Great. Okay, let's move on to comments. Marlene, any comments?
Yes, I want to go back to the drawing.
The new drawing that Chris sent, I think.
New drawing that Chris
Give me
sent.
1 second. Let me find it again.
So there's still gonna be a problem right at that, there's still gonna be a problem at that corner. I do believe that I would raise it up higher even, but I don't know how to do it, or else lower it.
I would hip it.
Get that?
Mhm.
I guess you could. I mean, can I just point at it?
Yeah.
Right here, there's gonna be problems. All the way down to 4 here.
Chris, are you with us?
I am here.
Right.
Can address
And
it.
do you and Paul want to address that, what Marlene pointed out?
They're worried it's going to leak.
Well,
think.
More talking about where the roof slopes where you extend one roof out and then where the roof over, I think what's going to be the kitchen slopes down, there's that gap in between that. Am I right, Marlene?
Well, but it's so tiny, there's not
Right.
room to flash it.
Right.
But it'll be new.
It'll be new.
If it's a question about making it not leak, we can make it not leak. If the perspective of this house will be that you don't see this part because you're down on the ground also. This projects quite a ways from that rear gable. So visually that won't be what it looks like. This will be what it basically looks like. And we'll be using rubber on this roof and we will not let it leak.
Chris, I'm really not worried about the roof and the fact that you're gonna use rubber, but what I'm worried about is where that roof hits the side of the house and where it's really narrow at the very top of the, so maybe you're right, you just bring it up a little higher, bring it down. I think it's so small. It's like,
Marlene, you want to point it out to Chris? Chris, you can see what we got here, right?
I'm seeing the pencil drawing, the elevation.
Yeah, you see where Marlene's pointing?
No, he can't because I need to share screen.
I see an arrow.
Give me a second.
See an arrow going all over the place.
Yeah, put your arrow where she.
Yeah, put your arrow where it's gonna.
Put your arrow.
Yeah.
Give me a second,
Or
sorry.
just
Yeah, my screen is a mess. So here, can you see
Yeah.
this here?
Yeah,
Right there,
right there,
right there.
right there. It's gonna-
you won't see that from the ground if it's a visual question, and
it's
we'll
not a-
seal it up if it's a worry of the leaking problem.
You've got a piece that's coming.
Does that make sense, Sam?
I think that Marlene has a valid concern. It's not a visual question. It's a freeze thaw. Over time, you got to keep an eye on it, but they can do it that way and it'll work.
That little spot's where the raccoons always try to get into your attic from.
Mhm.
So we'll probably block it straight down and bring rubber up behind the fascia board and close that area
The
in a
raccoons will
way
have to
that,
bubble chew on.
They'll have a condo, a little condo space.
All right, thank you, Marlene. Sam?
We're done. It looks great. Thank you.
Matthew?
No comment.
It's appropriate to get me off of here if you want to make comments without me listening.
You're fine. Elizabeth?
No.
And Bernard?
No.
And I don't have any comments. Duncan?
Yeah, I think this is a quite thorough, and I looked at the engineer's drawings in particular, and I know the interior is particularly our purview, but there's extensive structural repair here on a house this is a classic example of demolition by neglect that we caught in time, and should be used as a model for how you can remodel these houses. And when people come in the future and say that their houses are too far gone, we can show them this one and say, no, this is a good.
Thank you, Duncan.
I don't know if they want that.
I'm really not being facetious. I mean it quite seriously. And even if the owners were willing to give us their final budget, we'll scratch your names off the numbers. But I know that you can do this cheaper than you can demolish and build a new house. And this is proof positive that is possible. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Duncan. Ernesto?
Yes, just want to say thank you to Patrick and Glenda for taking on this big project. It's a small house, but it's definitely a big project. And I second Duncan's comments about the fact that this is in very, very rough shape inside and out. And this just proves the fact that when there is will, we can find ways to, rescue these beautiful houses that, they've been abandoned for a little while. And now they're going to find a new life with making new families happy living in Prospect Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto. And I have an additional comment. If Glenda and Paul would be so kind to document this with photographs as you go along, and maybe we can incorporate it into something later on for people looking to do restorations.
We will be taking more pictures, yes, and we already have a lot.
All right, thank you. I need a motion.
I move to approve COA 22-24.
I second it.
Great. D?
Arlene Newman. Sam DeSaller. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Matthew Seddon.
Yes.
John Saunders.
Yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell.
Yes.
Bernard Cross. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to COA 22-25, 914 was Kirkwood Avenue. Mr. Pruitt, are you with us?
Yes.
Oh, great. Right here. Hi.
Okay, so at some point, please fill out the little form that you were here. Okay, so I'm gonna start presenting a step. COA 22-25 for new construction at 914 West Kirkwood Avenue in the near West Side Conservation District. So this is this is a second round for a full new construction at the basically for a house, a duplex at the farm stop. So this is a residential building. The near West Side Construction Subcommittee sent, they did send some pretty extensive comments as well. They do have some concerns with the units not mirroring each other on the exterior and about the board and batten on the upper story, which is not preferable. They say a house clad entirely in board batten would not be recommended. But other than that, they do not oppose it. So that's kind of where we're at with the near West Side Construction Subcommittee. They did send, if you read the packet or can read the comments on the on the screen. Yeah, they were quite extensive. So the house sits on Kirkwood Avenue, which is slightly different from the rest of the conservation district due to its mixed use and it's a very commercial, very highly used road or street. So here's a bit more context. For those who are here, it's not going to be captured very well for those online, but it's here. So there's currently another structure there, and actually that let me one second here. Sorry, this is the wrong one. Just going back to the, okay. So yeah, so they are asking for the demolition of the shed and for the construction of this new structure. Part of what the petitioners are asking for, before I go on, is a 5-foot variance at the side. So that's something to take into for the side setback, which is something for the HPC to take into consideration. So yeah, so staff took all the comments that the neighborhood gave, met with the petitioner and designer, and so staff recommends conditional approval of COA 22-25. I'm going to show some more pictures soon, with an endorsement of the petition side yard variance, and to think or reconsider the vertical boards on the second story. So here are a few more images. It's the design itself is sort of contemporary 4-square inspired structure with 2 doors in the front and a separate garage in the back. Here are some additional images that show the setbacks, the neighborhood patterning, and a view from the back. That's where we're at.
Okay, Paul, do you have any additional remarks?
I'm gonna jump in. Paul and I are both here. Certainly can ask either one of us any questions. To directly respond to the neighborhood, there's our hopefully improved version that we would recommend approval of, specifically to get rid of the board and batten in the upper third of the wall registry. So there's front and the side there. The preferred is in the front. The original that's in the packet is the second page. So we listen to the neighborhood and want to take their recommendation and use that for the final approval. And the other thing I would like to mention, we certainly would like, we don't want it to be conditions of approval, but we certainly would like an endorsement regarding the setback necessary. These units are very narrow. They're 14 feet wide. And even at 14 feet, we need a variance facing the farm stop, not facing the neighborhood side, but facing the farm stop side. So we'll be using the setback against the joint ownership of the same property. So that kind of reduces that impact. It doesn't really impact the neighbor, it impacts the developer's property. And the last thing is, we also want to pursue a horizontal property regime, which is called condo light from a legal structure. And it allows for Paul, for the owner, to separate the property into 2 pieces, which was one of the debates of the duplexing of historic neighborhoods. We would like to allow for ownership of each unit. So we would also like support from the Preservation Commission as we move forward to the planning department to fully discuss that opportunity to sell these units off as individual units. Because that was the will of the historic neighborhoods, rather than have a lot of rentals in the neighborhood, we'd like to see ownership.
Right.
So those are the 2 things that we would like to pursue down the line with planning and the board of zoning fees. Thank you.
All right.
The near west side has their hands raised.
Yes, okay. Near West Side Neighborhood Association.
Yes,
Uh,
it's Peter Dorfman. I'm the president of the association. I just wanted to add a little bit of context to the neighborhood comments. A comment was made when Gloria introduced this, that we had an issue with the inconsistency between the unit floor plans and the rear view drawing. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that we looked at that and whether the applicant builds the units as shown on the floor plans or with the porches that are shown on the rear view, it's really not an issue for us. We were pointing out that inconsistency, but it's actually okay with us either way. So I just wanted to make it clear that that's not an impediment that we saw. We just were curious about it. As far as the board and batten is concerned, yeah, we would prefer to see clapboard on the upper story. Board and batten is a material that we don't see very much in the neighborhood. It would be kind of an outlier. There are a couple of recent examples of it, but you don't see that as a second floor cladding on near West Side houses, really. If the entire house were clad in board and batten, we would object. But as presented here, we don't have a strong objection to it. The one additional comment that I wanted to make was on the staff comments. Staff notes that a variance is needed for a 5-foot setback on the sides. It actually, I just want to reiterate what Mark said. Our understanding was that it was an 8-foot setback on the west side and a 5-foot setback on the east side. We might have had a different conversation if they had been asking for 5 feet on both sides. But as presented, the application works for us. Again, we've gone through multiple iterations with this. Mr. Pruitt and Mark Cornett have really worked very extensively with us, and I just wanted to compliment their diligence in this process. That's all I got.
Peter, can you see the screen, Gloria's screen?
Let me see if I can hit myself for a moment.
Yeah, what I see is everybody's
No, give me a second.
everybody's little postage stamps.
Let me see if I can. Sorry, I'm having technical complications.
Maybe you can't, well, I can't see if there's.
No,
Oh, I turned there, yeah.
No, it's gonna be a little too fuzzy, but the petitioner, Peter, I don't know how much you can see, but the petitioner brought a new proposal where the second floor also has lap siding, but it's much thinner. So there's a bit of texture difference, but it's not the vertical siding that you saw before.
Okay, so this is different from what's in the packet?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
just presented to
This
us.
just needs to be digitalized and shared.
Okay, so it is lap siding but narrower.
Yes.
To provide a contrast between the second and first floor and a bit of point of interest is what I understand.
It's a very traditional model for 4 squares to split the register on the wall at about 2/3, 1/3. And do a drip edge and then do a narrower siding up above. It gives us a chance to change color. It gives us a lot of opportunity to break down the volume of the 2-story structure.
Okay, so I'm a member of the design review committee. There's one other member of the design review committee with us on this call, Karen Duffy. So we obviously haven't had a chance to meet on this new proposal, but for my part, it makes it easier for me to see the lap siding.
We essentially took your recommendation.
I'm able to take yes for an answer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on to questions. Marlene?
Mark, so for the front elevation?
Can't hear you.
On the front elevation,
Yes.
on the right, there's like a little bit of building that's sticking out. And it seems to have
It's a bay.
Okay, and it seems to have smaller.
Yes, we intentionally are using a variety of clapboard width exposure, and that's a pretty common traditional technique again to break those volumes down.
Okay.
So it's a 4-inch lap. Just to clarify, it's a 4-inch lap in the upper registry and a 4-inch lap on the bay and a 6-inch lap in the lower registry. So again, we're using the scale that we find in the neighborhood and repeating that.
Okay. Sam?
Let's see, when you talked about a drip edge between the different types of siding.
Yeah.
So how big is that?
It's
in
a
both
2x2
directions?
with a rip top edge for slope.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I've got a 4 square, I like them, but ours has a little shakes thing. I've got a zoning related question for you. In the new UDO, when you have a different use adjacent to a new use, they're now requiring 20-foot buffer yards. Is that something that planning has talked to you about?
Yeah, we're going to work through that process next, but there's not that particular requirement because they're both residential uses in the R4 and I'm sorry, the R3 and then the MN.
So because even though you're adjacent to the farm stand, which is not a residential use, they're not requiring you to have a buffer yard?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I think that covers me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Matthew?
You guys wanted us to endorse a couple of things that aren't directly related to historic preservation issues, is that right?
Yes, yes.
I'd just like to ask John or
Daniel Dixon.
Daniel, is that within our scope at all? I mean, I appreciate it, but I'm not real interested in the Historic Preservation Commission getting into the business of being zoning and planners. And so if it's within the scope of something we can endorse, and we've done it before, and that's a reasonable thing, okay. But I mean, realistically, I'd like to keep us to talking about historic preservation and let the planning people do it and zoning people do the planning and zoning. So Daniel or John, is that something within our scope?
Actually, didn't hear the original question, Commissioner, because I was outside, but if Daniel heard it, I would defer to him like
He's
Daniel
here.
went. Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Daniel.
My belief is in the past, I don't know that there's ever been an endorsement necessarily voted on by the commissioners. And for folks who have been here longer than I have, feel free to let me know if that's not the case. I do know that commissioners, though, in the past have gone to planning department meetings and other things to voice support for those sorts of things. And I see Duncan has his hand raised, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Daniel. Duncan?
Yeah, in response to Matt, occasionally there is a condition where we're asking because we have special conditions on the historic preservation acknowledgement, say a C of A, that can create a special condition for zoning or planning. And so it's been very common over the years to say, we understand that there's a special condition here and we support it because we think it's in the interest of the overlay zone to operate this way or to function this way. We've done that with special materials where materials were, we did it not too long ago where there was a request for a plexiglass roof over a small carport in a historic district. And that was a material that was not allowed, but it was endorsed by the committee for that neighborhood. And we went to planning and represented it and planning approved it. So there are lots of examples in the past of doing this. I don't know that this is a terribly special condition, but we certainly have precedent. And I have always assumed that authority, not authority, but that sort of right to speak, because historic districting is an overlay zone. And in the ordinance, it says that, the more restrictive zoning takes precedent. So basically what we're doing is reminding the zoning board that this is the more restrictive overlay and should be heard.
Duncan, that actually explains things very well. I was concerned about the endorsement language. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan.
Could I touch on one other thing?
Yeah.
I think the other thing, Duncan, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we do in terms of supporting variances, for me, it has to do with supporting the settlement pattern of a particular neighborhood. So things that like setbacks and property lines are such that most existing zoning doesn't comply with what we would like to see in an historic neighborhood. And so we're pushing a little bit at the, pushing out that envelope out a bit. That said, the addition of, divvying up an existing lot, that for me is a bit more of a quandary, but definitely on setbacks and to support, a certain building and settlement pattern, I can say that we have done that in the past, and I will continue to support that in the future.
Okay, all that makes good sense to me. I was kind of thrown by the endorsing language, and I know that's what you meant. So now I get it. Thank you.
John, can I have one thing real quick?
Please.
A classic example, and I've asked for this several times at this commission, is we're doing a detached garage in a historic core neighborhood. And garages are often set on the property line on the alleyways of those neighborhoods. And the zoning orders might say something like 15, 20, 25 foot setback. And I always ask for allowing us to use the settlement pattern of the existing core neighborhood. And we feel this one's very similar. The condo issue is a different one. We've not been down that road in our work necessarily, but I just wanted to point out that the city's asking for those kinds of things, help us get there. And that's really all I was saying about the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand. No further questions. Thank you.
Very good. So let's move on. Elizabeth, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Bernard, do you have any questions? So let's move on to comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Duncan, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Ernesto, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Chris, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, great. Now we'll move on to comments. Marlene?
Looks like a great project. Thank you.
All right. Sam?
I really like this. I like how it fits in the neighborhood, and it's, the side-by-side sort of townhouse condo thing. It's very, it's exactly what they did with worker housing at the turn of the century, because it's a much more economical way to build than they did it back then, and you're doing it now. Except most of them didn't have 2 stories, but the shared porch is lovely. I think the only thing that makes me a little leery is the divvying up of the property. And if you were willing to say, okay, if it gets sold, then you build a different structure on there, it reverts back to the original lot. Because, I don't, I appreciate the settlement pattern. I appreciate, the legal ramifications of what you're trying to do and how you're going to sell it. But do you understand my hesitancy about supporting changing a lot line?
Yeah, I mean, that'll either happen or it won't, but the structure would remain the same. It's still a duplex. Either format. We were just looking for that option to provide ownership in the neighborhood.
No, I hear you. And I think it's getting affordable housing that makes it much more affordable, and it's a very sensible way of doing it.
I just have a question.
No question. All right, but that's about all I have. I think it looks great.
I think it looks great, but just about that, since you brought it up twice, how do condominiums do it? When you buy the unit, but the lot stays.
I
said the condominiums,
ownership.
the lots stay intact, but the units themselves are separate. So to allay what Sam is talking about, couldn't you make those into condominiums? And you hold the land in tandem, but you sell the units separately.
We're going to pursue all of those formats, but it's really about ownership, about potential ownership down the road.
Good answer.
Yeah, it seems like condos would be similar, but it's simpler.
Matthew?
Appreciate your patience and willing to go back and work with the neighborhood association after the first round, which I imagine was kind of, wasn't your favorite experience here, and also involves costs. So appreciate that. I'm glad you worked with them and they're happy and I'm happy, and so I support this.
Great, thank you, Matthew. Elizabeth, any comments?
Since the neighborhood association is in agreement with this, I am too.
Thank you.
And Renata? No comments. And I have no comments on this. I think it's a great project. And you got a good architect working with you guys. And I'm looking forward to seeing it completed. So we need a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting our out of space people. Duncan? Oh, he's muted. You're muted, Duncan.
Sorry.
There.
I also think it's a really good project. I really commend the owner and the neighborhood association for working through this. We had a proposal we really didn't like a while back, and this is a vast improvement. And I also commend Mark for, as usual, sort of challenging the land use system that we sort of ended up with. And I'm not sure if the planning and zoning is going to really want to do some of the things you're asking, particularly dividing the property down the middle, but I support it, and I think it's creative, and I think it goes after the kinds of goals that we've always talked about, and in fact, goals that, as you mentioned, they talk about in planning all the time, but somehow manage not to achieve often. So I really commend you for pushing the envelope a little bit here, and also just so everybody hears it, I love the board and batten above, and that's a very traditional thing that's done on four squares all across the country. And there are some examples, I believe, on South Washington Street in this town of that.
Sure.
And it adds a really interesting look to the building, and can create some really fun kind of architectural difference. So I would have supported that too. Good job.
Thank you, Duncan. Ernesto?
Yes, I just want to say this is a great project that contributes to the whole neighborhood. The near west side, I think, is going to be even better now with this project. It's just a great project, especially along West Kirkwood. There's great things happening, and this is just one more. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chris?
Yeah, this is so groundbreaking in so many ways. And I'll just add that Duncan and I and Mark Cornett were all involved in the West Kirkwood plan. And the West Kirkwood plan had a vision for Kirkwood. And I think that was 15 years ago, perhaps. And slowly that vision is coming to pass. And this is one of the pieces of the puzzle that is inspired and guided by a very good charrette that decided how Kirkwood could look and should look. And I love seeing vision from such a long time ago come to pass like this. And it also demonstrates the pattern of how we like to see these proposals take place, where there's good interaction, positive interaction with the neighborhood before it comes to us, so that we don't have conflicts that aren't worked out and we have to take sides prematurely. So this example is just so good in that way. And seconding also what Mark Cornett said about traditional forms, the variances are necessary because they contradict a lot of the traditional development forms that were happening 100 years ago. We just ran into this with an electrical engineer who was new to the job, and we said, this garage was built before there was electricity in this neighborhood. So you're insisting that it be this far from the pole. You have to bend, you have to accept that time has passed, and it's very, it's interesting. And we have advocated just recently at a plan commission, Board of Zoning Appeals, for a garage to be placed the same distance that the house was from an alley, because that was the only way that it could be working and connected without destroying someone's backyard. And it was a close vote. because, you know, there are these principles, but then these other principles of traditional form haven't been fully integrated into our zoning yet. So this does so many good things. And I'll second Duncan's comment about the traditional use of that board and batten on a foursquare. It does something good to that mass that is a little intangible, but important. Thank you.
Yes. All right, we need a motion.
I would move to approve. I just don't know how to word all the other stuff that they wanted to go
You
along
want to
with.
support variances as well?
I'm a little concerned about talking about like, divvying up lots. I'm happy to talk about the other variances, sure. I just don't feel comfortable directing other city agencies to talk about divvying up lots as a historic preservation person. So
So do you want to move to, well, what number is this guy?
2225.
Move to approve COA 22-25 and the setback and supporting setback variances.
Second.
Thank you. D.
Marlene Newman, Sam DeSoler,
Yes.
Can I interrupt for just a minute?
Yes, Daniel.
There are two proposals for the top floor.
Sure,
Did you specify which version?
I'm happy with, I'm happy with either one. So as submitted or as resubmitted. I think it will give the owners the option. And
I'm happy.
will you still second that?
Yes.
Okay, so we can still vote that.
Okay, you with that, Daniel?
Yes, that's fine. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Very good. All right, D.
okay, Matthew Seddon,
Yes.
John Saunders,
Yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell,
Yes.
Bernard Cross.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you, D. All right, let's move on to.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Paul. Let's move on to COA 22-2. And that would be 400 West South.
Yeah, 27. Yeah, sorry. It was misspelled here, but it's COA 22-27. For 400 West 7th Street, Johnson's Creamery, currently going through Common Council for potential designation as a historic district. The petitioner, Michael Cordaro, is requesting for the partial demolition of the smokestack for it to be reduced to 60 feet in height. There's a lot more context to this, but so the staff is currently recommending conditional approval of 22-27. And I heard originally put in the packet conditional to have 45 days for the petitioner to submit a creative installation or art piece, something that would signify the logo. However, what staff would like to recommend is for, to approve this partial demolition, and then after that demolition happens, have an X amount of time for the petitioner to return with something that would symbolize or convey the significance or the height, the imposing feature that the smokestack is. So I'm going to provide some more context. The city of Bloomington has issued an unsafe building order pursuant to Indiana law, and based upon the findings of the RC engineering study, which requires partial demolition of the smokestack to the height of 60 feet. Ideally, the smokestack could be stabilized, repaired, and maintained, which is what I think everybody here would prefer and love. However, in order to stabilize the smokestack, this reduction is considered the most feasible alternative by the engineers in order to avoid potential and catastrophic collapse. The smokestack was built before current engineering codes and did not take into account the forces caused by a potential telluric movement, earthquake. And that's without taking into consideration the fact that it is currently leaning. Stabilization of the current, to bring it back to the current height of 140 feet would require the dismantling and reconstruction of the entire structure. And the materials, these materials do not exist anymore to the quantity and the way that would be ideal. And in order to put it up to code, for it to not be dangerous, the smokestack would not look at all like it does right now. So we would actually lose the form of the smokestack. So this partial yet significant demolition is a last resort, especially considering the significance of the structure to the Bloomington community. An alternative to represent the impact of the Johnson smokestack as part of the urban view shed should be carefully taken into consideration, with the following, the fact that no further impact to the structure should be made. So avoid putting anything that would weigh on the smokestack itself, and the height or messaging Johnsons, which is something that people, the word Johnsons, somehow taken into account if possible. So these are just suggestions and things that staff has been pondering carefully. So I copied, this is all in the packet. If everybody was able to look at this carefully, the RC engineering report with their findings from the 2017 and the 2022 studies were both included, and the differences in lean and other aspects that were found between these two studies. So lowering to 60 or 75 feet were mentioned. We're just the petitioner, the owner is just asking for 60 feet at this moment. Lowering to 75 feet could happen, but that actually does involve rebuilding to an additional, I think it's an additional $150,000 to rebuild 15 feet because, and that's a minimum, because excavation has to be done, shoring underground has to be done. There are many additional components. So here's the site. Here are some of the images from the study. There were many more, but you can see the lean just looking up. Things should not be looking towards you in this manner. And anybody who's stepped outside and just at any point has already witnessed this. But here we have some more detailed graphics, as well as more detailed information. There was detailed information about the spalling that has happened, the continual spalling, the fact that one of the metal braces around the building snapped apart. I believe the band is number 35. And so, yeah, so they've been, the fact that this engineering company was able to compare and contrast deterioration in the last 5 years was very helpful. And with that, I will leave it to you. If the petitioners and any other interested party can raise their hands so that I can ask them to unmute, just give me a few minutes. Both Chris Durbaum, Duncan, and Christine Bartlett, the three of them have their hands raised, and I will leave it to you. So,
okay, I'd like to allow John Zodi to address us about last night's meeting and the new information that was brought to them.
Sure. So just to update the commissioners on where we are in the process here. On March 10th, as you know, you recommended the Creamery property for historic designation by the city council to create a local historic district with a recommended map. Following, pardon me, excuse me, following that meeting, the petitioner submitted revised map, which I talked to a couple of you about, which would have narrowed the scope of that. And then late yesterday, submitted an additional map that narrows it further. It would actually remove the smokestack from the local historic district as a proposal. The council, we went to the council when you all recommended this for historic designation. The next opportunity for the council to consider this was last night. And so it is possible for the city council to make a historic designation happen on one night if they all agree unanimously that it should be considered, and then there's a 2/3 vote to actually make it happen. The council chose not to do that. They are wanting to spend a little more time on this. I don't want to speak for the council, but I think anybody that watched the meeting I'll reiterate some of their comments, that some of it is about process, that sort of, do we need to rush the process? Where are we with this? How urgent is it? I think they all agree that it's, I would say there's some urgency here due to the safety concerns around the smokestack, but would like some more time to look over the information. Next week is a committee of the whole meeting, which is basically a committee of the council. It's not an official session of the council where they could vote on final action. So right now, it looks that this would come up for a final vote if the council chooses to do so on April 6th. So we brought the COA to you tonight. Peerless got it completed last week. We sent it to you for hopeful consideration of a COA tonight, which if you approve a COA tonight, that is basically in pending status. As soon as the council were to designate the site, if they designate the entire property, then the COA is therefore effective. So the timeline is where it is. I think, we all understand the logistics involved there, but did want to John's point, update you kind of where we are on the process as it exists right now.
I just have a quick follow-up question. If the council approves the second map, which does not include the smokestack in the district, what does that do our process?
That's actually the third map. Yeah, sure. I think, let me call on Daniel Dixon to see if the council, I think what would happen is the Creamery property would be protected, but the smokestack would not be. So let me ask, defer to Daniel Dixon.
That's right, yeah.
So the COA would be.
It would be moved, yeah.
Without tooth.
Yeah. So.
I see,
Sorry.
even though I can make the assumption, I would prefer not to. I see partial demolition and reduction. Is it fair to assume that the only partial demolition that will occur is to facilitate the reduction and nothing else will be demolished?
I think so, Bernard. Let me just say it how I would say it. And so it makes sense. I don't want there to be any daylight between the understanding.
You get what I'm trying to ask,
I think so. So to reduce the smokestack down to 60 feet, it would be, there's a pretty intense process, which I've got printed out here, but the engineer, the company likely to do the work, Gerard Chimney, outlined the process, and maybe the petitioner can talk about this, what that would involve. So there's possible scaffolding up there, looking at how the brick would be dismantled down to that 60 feet, and then there would be sort of a concrete cap on it, if you will. And that 60 feet is the reason that 60 feet is a benchmark here is because that is the highest it can be and be safe and under code, right? As Gloria said, the 75 feet, another 15 feet requires much more stabilization on the foundation and all of this stuff. 60 feet is the highest it can be. It's still safe. So there isn't a lot more intervention, but what would happen is the spalling and all of that stuff would be fixed as well. So that 60-foot stack would be repaired in a sense. Does that answer your question?
Let me ask another question.
Sure.
Would the repair of the remaining 60 feet involve further demolition of any kind?
I don't believe so, but I would defer to the petitioner and make sure that we are clear on the engineering report. I don't believe so because it's not, there's no disruption of the foundation or there isn't anything else surrounding it, to my understanding. So
I just wanted to be certain
Yeah.
that the only demolition we're talking about is to reduce it to 60 feet. And that's the extent of the demolition. That's what I just want to make
I
sure,
think
because
that's-
the language doesn't
Yeah.
clearly
Sure.
limit the demolition to that.
if I were to answer your question as a yes or no, I would say yes, that's the case. So, and whatever supporting information you need there, we can figure that out.
That's fine.
So,
That's what I mean.
And Daniel, if the new outline is accepted where the chimney stack is excluded from the.
Can I step in real quick?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't submit a third map. We just were making sure that the map that we did propose that follows the foundation and the map includes the smokestack. That's the only one that we're proposing for consideration, and we'd like to, propose that again to this group. The removal of the structure of the smokestack was just another consideration that we asked, but the boundary would still include it. So if if we can come to an agreement here today, then we're again happy to do that and happy to have it be included in the map, and it's included in the map we're proposing.
So Mike, was I mistaken? The map that was sent with the council materials yesterday, it did not exclude the smokestack then?
It did not. It's the same one that you saw last week. What we said was, even within that boundary, our understanding is that certain structures can be eliminated. We asked for consideration to potentially eliminate that in case there was ultimately a discrepancy with HPC that would not allow us to move forward on the complying with the unsafe building order.
Okay, that's my fault.
And if we can come to an agreement here tonight, which I hope we can, we intend that the smokestack, that is remaining and repaired would be included.
Gotcha. Okay, so everybody clear on that? That's the materials supporting the additional supporting materials had that same map. There's just additional context there, which I conflated. So my apologies.
And we're not considering the new footprint at this meeting?
No, the council would
would
decide that.
Great, thank you. So I see that we have Christine Bartlett's hand up. Christine?
Oh, give me a second. Sorry. Let me ask you to unmute again. Sorry, Christine. There you go.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes.
I think I'm an attorney for the owner. I think the owner would like to speak before me, if that's okay. That's Mr. Cordaro. If he could go in front of me, that would be, I think, our preference.
Yes, Christine, we just heard from him.
Mike, was that all you wanted to offer to the commission at this time?
Oh, give me a second. Sorry. There you go.
Mike, is there anything additional?
I was going to let a round of the commissioners have questions and comments, and sort of reserve my comments till a little bit later.
Great, thank you. Anything else, Christine?
The only thing that I wanted to offer to you all tonight, we do have an issue with how this is proposed as being a conditional approval. We do think that that's beyond the power of what you all can do. I mean, certainly you can approve or deny certificates of appropriateness. That's within your rights under the city code. But your power does stem from that city code, and the city code doesn't say you can put conditions on a COA. And in turn, the city code has to align with state statute, which also doesn't give you that power to make conditions on that. The other issue is that any requirement has to be in the purview of historic preservation, right? And that's in the Bloomington Municipal Code. It says you cannot make any requirement, the Historic Preservation Commission cannot make any requirement except for the purpose of preventing development, alteration, or demolition in the historic district. So we think this goes too far. We think this goes beyond what you all can do. And we're not bringing that up, to be heavy-handed or anything tonight, but we do want to make sure that we put that out there, that is our position, and we want to make sure that that's preserved on the record. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the time.
I'm kind of confused. What?
Daniel?
Talking about Gloria's staff recommendation.
Right.
Oh.
Daniel, can you address that concern of Christine's?
Yeah, I think, Christine and I have discussed this before, and I do think there may be a bit of a disagreement on positions between the city and Peerless on that question. The city looks at municipal code section 8.08.050 that does talk about, especially with regard to partial demolitions or other things, take place only in a manner that preserve the historical and architectural character of the building, structure, or appurtenance. We have taken the view of that as if the commission did want to, as part of approving the COA, make a recommendation or something else for a submission that would preserve, either through memorialization or otherwise, the historical character of the stack. That's what we would be looking at that on the purview of.
All right, thank you, Daniel. I see we have the Near West Side with their hand up as well. Do they have a comment they want to, or do you want to add to this?
Let me ask them to.
Hi, Peter Dorfman speaking on behalf of the Near West Side Neighborhood Association. I guess this is another comment that is more in the nature of being on the record. The Neighborhood Association has been on the record in support of historic designation of this site, including the smokestack, both to the HPC when it last discussed this and directly to the City Council. And I just wanted to urge the HPC not to approve or recommend any form of designation that does not include the smokestack. We think the smokestack is a critically important component of the historic site. It's crucial to the character of the site, and we would urge you not to support historic designation without the smokestack. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to commissioner questions. Marlene.
Energy water. And I'm even further confused by what the lawyer said. So I don't know whether they're probably not doing a tax credit, because I think a tax credit has already been done on this building. Yes, like in the 2000s. I know that this smokestack has been a problem since 2020, 2000, right? Or prior to that. Because when I was working on when I designed the Hiram's building, which is 555 Morton Street, the contractor said at the time that was a problem. So it's been a continuing problem. So I understand the removal of part of it. It looks pretty rough from the pictures. The only thing that I don't understand is that when I did the project at 555 Morton Street, because we raised a whole floor, the state historic architect required that we keep a platform somewhere in that space so that people could stand on that space and view it as it had been originally without the elevated floor. So I don't understand the whole, I think we need to clarify what your problem was. So I think we should discuss that a little bit more before we continue this. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I couldn't understand the objection to what was the attorney referred to as a condition being placed on COA.
So I might be able to clarify that, jump in at me. So what the staff report recommends is, in addition to giving them permission to demolish part of the smokestack, we are only doing that if they promise to put a proposal before us in 45 days commemorating the smokestack in some way. How do you show the Johnson's logo? How do you show how tall the smokestack was? So we're requiring them to do something that commemorates that. And the open-endedness of this and also the legalness of requiring building something new is not, they're arguing is not within our purview.
The only clarification I would make there is just to understand that the work, so if the commission approves the 60-foot prospect here, that work would commence as soon as the COA, or as soon as able. And then, so the next step would be to come back. So as the work is being done to reduce the height, mainly due to safety, that the petitioner would work on the proposal in 45 days, or whatever the commission would decide to come back. So it's sort of a two-step process that we want to make sure is clear in that condition. So.
So I have Greg Alexander, Michael Cordaro, and Christine Bartlett all raising their hands.
Okay.
Who should I put for that? Greg Alexander hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, that's Greg.
Tammy from Second Baptist Church.
Hi, my name is Greg Alexander. I hope this isn't out of turn, but I just want to encourage you to permit full demolition of the chimney as soon as possible, because we're paying a significant cost. I mean, the principle of historic preservation is that we have a practical consideration. There's the cost of going before this board, the cost of doing more expensive maintenance, et cetera. And then there's the reward of having, you know, the aesthetics, the cultural significance, the neighborhood cohesion. But underlying all of that is the practical reward of having a building. In a building, you can have people living, you can have people building businesses, children can play in buildings, all sorts of things happen in buildings. Nothing happens in a smokestack. All it's good for is looking at or holding up a cell phone tower. And this smokestack is of absolutely no value whatsoever to anybody. If it has to go down to 60 feet, it won't be the tallest thing anymore. It won't be interesting aesthetically anymore. It doesn't need to be commemorated. It's just a burden on a petitioner that's attempting to build housing. And right now it's also a burden on people who are using the B-line. And so I would really appreciate it if you would take care of that as soon as possible, because even during this meeting, I went down the B-line and it's causing traffic congestion on the B-line where people are using that ridiculous detour. It's causing danger because people in the parking lot really behave ridiculously, and we're using it as part of the B-line now. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Cordero, do you have some? There you go.
Yes, I wanted to say, you know, our issue with this is we don't mind the idea of memorializing the smokestack. We take, you know, significant issue with the idea that we're going to be forced to pay for this memorialization. We're happy to work with the city in terms of dedicating some land, giving an easement to put up an art installation. But, you know, we were told that this has to cost at least $100,000 to $150,000 at a minimum. We don't have the money to do that. We don't have the money to spend $350,000 to demolish this. Like, this was not in our budget. You know, it's emotional for me. We do not feel that it is okay and in the HPC's authority to force us to spend more money to memorialize things. You know, we were shown things of art installation in Trafalgar Square in London. The Queen of England owns the Trafalgar Square. If she wants to put up an art installation, she can do that, and she has the money to do that. Most art installations are commissioned by cities, paid for by cities, or art is donated by artists, or money is donated by charitable foundations. Private landowners are not forced to put up and spend their money on art installations. We take serious offense to that, and we just want unconditional approval to make this safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine?
Give me a second, let me ask to unmute.
Okay.
Thank you. And I don't want to belabor the the legal points of this, but I do want to Daniel's point. I mean, the code is very clear. It says the commission may not make any requirements except for the purpose of preventing development, alteration, or demolition in the historic district. And that's at Bloomington Municipal Code 2.16.030. I think that's very clear that that doesn't include an art installation, a creative interpretation, or whatever is being asked of these owners to do. I also want to be very clear about where we are in this process. The owner is under an order to demolish the smokestack down to 60 feet. The owner is only coming before you as the petitioner because they are required to, because the city has ordered them to demolish this down to 60 feet. So I don't think, given the circumstances, a condition would be appropriate, even if it was permissible. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Okay. Any other comments, Sam, on this?
Are we commenting or questions?
We're gonna go to questions now, but since we're discussing this particular part of it. All right, Matthew?
Or in terms of questions?
Questions?
No questions.
Marlene?
So I do have a question. So we have two proposals now. One is to keep the stack at 60 feet and one to keep it at 75 feet.
No.
No.
There were two options in the engineering report that came back. There were two options that said, here's how you make it safe. And it was, that were proposed with a cost associated with it.
Right.
One was 75 feet, one was 60 feet. So the petitioner's COA is the second option at 60 feet. So there's an actual proposal for 75.
There isn't.
Not formally, no.
Right.
John, I just to add to that too, the city in its unsafe order also put it at the 60-foot mark as well.
So I'm still going back to this historic point where I know in 2000 that this stack was unsafe then. It's been, I mean, I don't think it was noted that by the city or anyone else, but the contractor certainly said so. So I don't think that it's been a secret. So I think that the owner bought this with some knowledge of this stack not being sound, which is a disturbing thing. And the other thing is that it is a landmark, whether it's 100 feet or 60 feet. And you've come from other places, but I've also come from Boston, where when people asked for like what I would call some sort of a lesser problem, they're required to give back. And that's something that I don't understand, how this art installation, which could be a real benefit for the city, would be so abhorrent to the petitioner. And I don't understand how, thinking that, you have a citywide competition, you gain so much goodwill from the city. You include the university, you include the art community in general. To me, I mean, it doesn't, we have a lot of really creative people in town, and they've made a lot of installations that haven't been astronomical. I mean, it could be as much as a shadow that it could be, you could turn it into a large sundial. I mean, there are all sorts of things that could happen that would not be what you're talking about in Trafalgar Square. And there are cities like Chicago where every development had to include some sort of city or community or public art, and it was for the benefit of the town. So I'm a little bit mystified by the ire that this seems to be creating. I know it's, I'm sorry,
Sorry, thank you, Melanie. Matthew?
Are we still on questions?
We're trying to get to the questions.
I have no questions.
Okay.
I have comments. I will be having comments, but I have no questions.
Sam, question.
So the quick technical question I have, this is to the petitioner. Part of the process of demolishing is capping it again with concrete. And one of the original engineering reports stated that capping it with concrete trapped moisture inside the smokestack and further led to the degradation of the interior of the brick, which has got all kind of nasty stuff from burning the sulfurous coal in there. Are there, I might have missed something in the report, but are there mitigation measures in the demolition in the new proposal that address further deterioration of the stack if you're going to cap it with concrete?
Mr. Cordero?
Is anybody from the petitioner side wants to raise their hand yet? Joseph Patrick raised his hand.
Yeah, good evening. I can answer that question. So yeah, my name is Joseph Patrick. I'm the Director of Development with Peerless Development here. So as part of the repair process that is laid out in that packet, there are provisions for a vent at the top of the smokestack through what would be the new proposed concrete lid that would allow air and moisture to escape from the inside of the smokestack.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed that.
Bernard, any questions?
Yeah, I have a few, and I'm asking for a bit of patience because I'm trying to muddle through a lot of issues here. My understanding is that there are two options for safety reasons. One is 60, one is 75 feet, and 75, keeping it at 75 would cost extra money. Is there no option at all for keeping it at the height that it is now and fixing it there?
Let me explain, and if I may, John Peerless, please chime in because we've both seen the engineering report as well. The structural engineer's assessment was it cannot be repaired intact. In order to build it back to 140 feet, it is not currently at building code, right? At 140 feet, which is where it is now. So if you were to have a stack that is 140 feet tall, it would have to be dismantled all the way down to the ground and the foundation. The foundation would sort of have to be dug out and stabilized and redone. And what would be built back is not a stack that looks much like you would see right now, because it's not, because the masonry and the design of that stack does not meet building code, and it would have to be put up with modern type structures and things like that. So that's where I'll stop. The engineering firm did not yet propose a cost for what that would be to build a stack of 140 feet. So I'll leave it there.
Right. So my second question is, why have we settled on 60 and not 75? Is it purely because of cost? And whose cost would that be if the decision was made to have it at 75 feet?
Michael Cordero raised his hand. He's the petitioner. He petitioned 60 feet, and he can also respond.
Okay.
Number one, the smokestack is leaning. To go back to your first question a little bit, the smokestack is leaning, starting around, I think it was like the 30-foot mark. So it continuously and gradually leans. So there's really not much that can be done to repair in place, right? And the code, is another issue, but I wanted to put that one out there. In terms of the 75 feet, there was still not, I think, some uncertainty as to if that could be done and if that would meet code as well. And the additional cost would then again be placed to us. And there is a financial consideration to all of this. It was, as Gloria said, at the minimum, an additional 150, most likely closer to $200,000 for that extra 15 feet.
Right. So is there any way to be sure about 75 feet? I mean, I can't understand if an engineer did an examination, wrote a report, how can we be unsure at this point as to whether 75 feet would be doable and safe.
So if I could speak to that, again, this is Joe Patrick again from Peerless Development. So the based on the engineering results that we have, the engineer would, within the current safety standards and current code, could say that 75 feet would be safe. Now, one of the other, there's another couple of factors I think that we should mention on this, though. Besides the initial budget of the additional cost for that additional 15 feet, it would require extensive excavation and refurbishment of the existing foundation system of the smokestack, which is an unknown. They're not quite sure exactly at this point if it's how it is bearing, if it's bearing on bedrock or what the condition of the existing foundation is. So there is a big unknown. So one risk, so by excavating and digging that additional area around the foundation in order to refurbish it, if you will, you open up the risk of not only damaging it further, but also damaging the existing structure of the building, which is very close to the smokestack. If you can see in some of these images, it's only 5 or 10 feet away from it. And there is also a box culvert, which is a stormwater drainage system, which is very close to the smokestack as well, which may be interfered with as part of that demolition. So the engineer that did the analysis simply focused on the smokestack, but noted that there was a lot of additional work and exploration that would need to be done around the base of that and in the ground in order to really evaluate if that would be feasible to actually do. So he evaluated it from a strictly engineering perspective, but that I think is a little bit kind of too focused and too narrow for our discussion purposes here.
So I think my last question right now is essentially one to clarify that the only difference between 60 feet and 75 feet would be additional cost and additional work. And that cost and that work could be done, but it might be costly, and that cost would be borne by the property owner.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Okay, I'll say my next point.
There's a little bit, I guess, more to add on that as well. If it's appropriate. The existing unsafe building order limits this to 60 feet. And the reason is the city looked at a lot of different issues, not really even the cost of it, but more the stability issues, and then the risks of potential damage to the remaining stack for the foundation and other issues that if we get in there could jeopardize, potentially lose more. And so that was sort of a consideration along with consultation with the risk management and everybody else involved with this decision and issuing the unsafe order to put it at 60 feet and not at 75 feet. And so that's why that order is for what it is at 60 feet.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. All right. Elizabeth, did you have any questions?
No, I did not.
Okay. Duncan?
Are we still in questions?
We're on questions, Duncan.
I had a question that I have actually for Daniel because, and he explained this to me last night at the city council meeting, but I think if he's willing, it's a good thing to understand here. I questioned him about why the city was pursuing a strategy to go ahead and move the designation forward quickly, as opposed to just stepping in with its own police power and enforcing the building code issue on the stack. And it was my understanding from rereading our ordinance that the city, under its police power, can step in when there's an unsafe building situation or public welfare situation, whether the building is designated or not. In other words, if it were already designated, the city could use this power. And we wouldn't really be able to say anything about it. And he explained to me what their reasoning was. And Danielle, would you be willing to explain that to the rest of us?
Sure. There's a provision in the code for public safety demolitions under historic preservation. The conditions for that are a structure that is an immediate danger to either persons or property, and is a danger such that there are no other reasonable steps that can be taken to mitigate that danger before the Historic Preservation Commission has an opportunity to weigh in. And as we looked at the engineering study and what we were hearing, that while it's certainly unsafe, it doesn't seem that there are immediate dangers, or that if there were immediate dangers, such as the spalling and the things that were falling off of it right now, couldn't be reasonably protected by steps that we've taken already, such as cordoning off the area, or if more immediate risks were to appear in the future, other subsequent orders that the city could take under that unsafe statute to allow time for consideration by this commission.
Thank you.
Daniel. Anything else, Duncan?
No, everything else I have would be in the form of comment.
Okay, great. Chris, do you have any questions?
Yeah, about the danger of the chimney. The engineering report said that from the day it was built, it did not meet code, which means it's been in danger of falling over whenever an earthquake happened since it was constructed. So isn't that true?
We're in questions.
Questions. I said, isn't that true?
Yes.
Good question.
Hasn't it been in the same danger of falling since it was built?
I can answer that.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
go ahead. Yeah, Duncan, better.
No, the codes have changed for sure, but if you read RC Engineers report, and I want to tell everybody, I've worked with this firm often, and they are extremely reputable. They know what they're doing. They have, in a very detailed way, explained the deterioration process and documented the leaning, the twisting, the requirement for banding, and so on. Smokestacks deteriorate because they burn, especially masonry ones, because they burn coal in them, and sulfur dioxide infiltrates the acidic sensitive structure, including the mortar, and they slowly deteriorate. Remember that this is the second stack for the Johnson Creamery. The first one deteriorated and was torn down. There's actually a picture where you see both of them. So this stack is considerably deteriorated even since we put the first bands on in 1994. The addition of the AT&T equipment certainly didn't help. They've added hundreds and hundreds of pounds of weight. And if you notice, it's leaning in the direction where most of their weight was first placed. So there's been significant deterioration since construction. And the fact that it's been there as long as it has is an indication that it was a well-built structure originally, but it is no longer safe. And public safety is clearly an issue here.
That is a very satisfactory answer. I appreciate it, and I agree with it. I understand why the chimney needs to be taken down. I did want to ask a couple more questions. Wasn't an art installation part of the original proposal for this project that was anticipating taking the chimney down at that time?
Chris, I might jump in because that does dovetail, I guess, into another issue, which is I believe that art installation may have been presented as part of a broader project review for an entire process involving not just the stack, but actually the entire creamery building. And certainly if this building is designated, the commission will get another look at this property down the road again for some of these questions that we've been kind of debating today. That may not be a full answer to that question, but I did just want to, because that raised that question in my mind, bring that up, and I'll let other people who are aware of that answer the rest of it.
I guess I didn't understand the answer.
The owner has.
I'm free to answer. I'm free to answer because that was, us who came to this group to discuss. So when we were doing that, we were not at that point seeking any demolition. We were just seeking sort of advice and guidance and wanting to get opinion. At that point, AT&T was still looking to have equipment in this location. So we were trying to see if there was any creative solution that would basically replace the stack there with a new tower. Our idea was basically use solar power. So create a tower, that would be generating income for us because we would have a tenant that would be paying for it and offsetting it in AT&T, and ultimately, pay homage to the stack, a structure that created and generated power, back in its time, with a new structure that would generate power with, a production source of our time. And that was, ultimately we were told, no way, that's not possible. So talks with AT&T stopped right there.
So if it was possible, it seems possible again, doesn't it?
No, sir. We never negotiated a price with AT&T. We came to you guys first before even approaching AT&T to see if, cost sharing of that new structure and a lease could be determined. Ultimately, AT&T is moving to a new location. We didn't even discuss. I don't even know financially if that was ever feasible. We came to you guys first to just get an idea of whether or not that would be acceptable.
Right. So your current position is that any kind of installation is off the table. We just want to demolish it to 60 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
with the caveat that, we're willing to work with the city. If an installation or a piece of art wants to be provided, we're willing to work with the city for that.
Right. And isn't there a percentage for the arts with this project? I think that's part of the review of most projects, that there's a certain percentage that does go for an art installation.
I've never been made aware of anything like that.
That's a legal question.
I'm not sure the answer to that question. I don't know if that's part of the planning process. That may be for a planning development, not necessarily for.
I think it was a council ordinance, and has been for years, that a percentage of the development project goes toward an art project. And I forget what percentage it is. It's not a large percentage, but I believe there is such a requirement. Do you have any idea about that?
I do not right now off the top of my head. I would say that what we're looking at right now is not really a development project. That would be if there is a site plan or a presentation made about a future alteration or development or redevelopment of the Johnson Creamery building itself or the site after it's designated, then that would potentially implicate that section. But that's about as far as I'm willing to go as far as being comfortable with answering that question right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cardero?
Sorry, I just never lowered my hand.
And Mr. Patrick? Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to comments. Oh, I'm sorry, Ernesto.
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's move on to comments. Let's start with Marlene.
Can I go at the end this time?
Hmm?
Can I go at the end this time?
Okay, certainly. All right, Renard. comments?
I have a few. First is I'm a bit puzzled as to the expressed frustration of the principals, the owners of this property, which seem to be coming from the HBC exercising its function as it was duly constituted and mandated to perform. I understand, as was expressed, that this may be costly, but every venture it comes with some amount of risk. It's been mentioned here that this condition is not new and it would have existed when the property was purchased. And of such, I would suspect that, as it should be a part of any kind of entrepreneurial venture, that due diligence be performed. So the fact that these issues would have to be dealt with at some point should not be a surprise. And also the fact that it may have resulted in some degree of cost should not be. So again, this is the business that we're in. My second comment is to address the comment I heard made about the smokestack not housing anyone, and seem to belittle the historical significance of the structure. Anything simply because it doesn't serve, how would I describe it, as some kind of practical purpose, as with a building that houses people, doesn't mean that it doesn't have any worth, and doesn't mean that it should not be protected. And I found that comment to be a little off-putting. I mean, I can list a number of structures across the world that serves no purpose but to represent the people who built it, the ingenuity, culture, these other things. I mean, Stonehenge, it's just a bunch of rocks in a field, but I don't think anybody would describe it as nothing more than, an eyesore or something that should be done away with. And I could go on and on and on. So, we have to respect and show some deference to the fact that people in this community would like certain structures, buildings, to be preserved for the benefit of the community. And I would just ask that the owners of this property keep that in mind, and that it is our job to ensure that what can be preserved for the benefit of the community, we make all attempts to ensure that we do our best to preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Matthew.
I do have comments, but in last meeting, we heard from a number of members of the public who felt very strongly in favor of preserving this. I'm not trying to avoid commenting, I will. I did kind of want to hear if there were other members of the public who had some comments before I made my comments. Is that possible? I know we usually do the public
Afterwards, yeah.
But is that doable?
You can do that.
Is that okay with everybody?
If anybody is in the public online, raise their hand. Janice Sarby raised her hand.
Jan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I do have some comments and thoughts about this. I was there at the last meeting, and the first comment is I didn't think that cost was something that the HPC is supposed to take into consideration. I thought essentially the HPC speaks for the building, or in this case, the smokestack. And so that has me a little vexed, is that money should be even an issue here. It seems to me that this has been an issue, the smokestack has been an issue for a long time. And I've looked at the developer's portfolio, and they seem to work on a lot of historic buildings. And they did a beautiful job on those historic buildings. And that said, it seems like they understand what is involved with a development that takes in a historic structure. And if the costs were not anticipated, I find that really surprising. But along the same lines, the developer was given a use variance for this building. And that use variance, the city gave them a use variance, and that adds a substantial amount of value to that parcel of land. And so it seems to me also that with that added value, asking for a public benefit is not outrageous for the city to do. And as Marlene sort of indicated, this could be something like lights that would form like the totem at the IU Art Museum. It could be a circle of lights that formed the exact shape of the smokestack. I mean, it could be something that does not cost a lot, but it would give a huge benefit for the public. And sort of in exchange for, you know, the added value that they have already received for this parcel of land. So that's my ideas. My feeling is that I thought that the main thing the HPC does is to speak and represent the building, and I didn't think that the cost was part of the purview. So thank you for letting me say something.
Thank you, Janice. Is there any other members of the public that have a comment? Raise your hand, please.
Can I just speak for the chair?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
State your name.
My name is Dave Askins with the B Square Bulletin, and there was a question about the percentage for arts that came up earlier. I think that is a piece of city code that applies just to city-owned projects, and it's BMC 2.12.021. So as I understand it, that would not apply to this particular endeavor. But I'm not an attorney, so.
Thank you. Matthew?
Okay, so we're down to, we've heard from the public.
There's one more.
Okay.
Karen Duffy.
Hi, you can hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, great. I just want to clarify, since you wanted to hear back from members of the public who spoke at the last meeting. I read a statement from the Board of Directors of the Near West Side Neighborhood Association. And what that statement was, the primary purpose of that was to support the nomination of the Johnson complex, including the two buildings, the smokestack and the grounds immediately surrounding them, as a local historic district. In the course of that, yes, we expressed our appreciation, our recognition of the architectural value of the complex, including the iconic smokestack, but we were not taking a stand on the safety and which we recognize, you know, that there are safety issues here, and we were not taking a stand regarding what remedy needed to be taken. Our comment was that we want to see this property protected and recognized and protected. Does that help?
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Now we're good.
Yeah.
All right.
You're up, Matthew.
Look at. Okay, I'm going to do this in two parts. And one is I'll comment on the proposed action, just strictly speaking, the COA to remove the stack down to 60 feet. And then I'll comment a little bit on the question of whether it's conditions or other aspects that might be included with our decision. So on the first part, I mean, I've read the engineer's report substantially, and as Duncan said, they're a well-respected engineering group that looks to me like they did a really thorough job twice. I am convinced that A, this is a hazard, as the city has already determined. B, that there really isn't a way to do what we would all prefer. I wouldn't even imagine the proponent would prefer in the best of all worlds, to simply stabilize or restore it in such a way that you could see, its historical integrity, and it would look like it is. As near as I could tell, we could surround it with scaffolding, at which point it no longer looks like it is right now. I personally don't think that would be a good thing. And it wouldn't meet the Secretary of Interior standards, which don't apply directly in this case, but are a good measure and benchmark. So it feels to me like that is right in front of us, but that's very difficult to do. I definitely hear both the proponents increasing frustration with this, feelings of misunderstanding. I can hear the feeling about that Mr. Alexander expressed about the value. I don't agree with it. I think my colleague Bernard here expressed that very well, but I can understand somebody raising that issue. I think Jana is concerned about the cost being under our consideration, and I will address that. And she's feeling that there might be something not so outrageous about some kind of, I'll talk about it as a mitigation measure. And Karen's concern, really, it sounded to me like mainly to express support for the designation. So I've really tried to listen to what everybody has said here. And I kind of boiled down to what our code actually says about this, which Gloria kindly put in the packet, which is criteria for a commission to consider in the case of a proposed demolition includes effect of the demolition on the character of the historic district. Okay, it's going to have a bad effect on the character of the historic district. I agree. It's pretty integral to the Johnson Creamery. The state of this, number two, state of deterioration, disrepair, and structural stability of the structure. Well, it's in bad repair and it's dangerous and it could kill somebody, hurt somebody, damage things that we don't want it to damage. I don't really want that on my conscience. Says neglect can't be considered grounds, and I don't think this has been neglected, so I'm not worried about that. And here's where it's relevant to what Jana was asking. Number three, balance of the public interest in preserving the structure or the integrity of the district with the interest of the owner or building or structure in the use and utilization of the property. So, I mean, I think cost comes into some consideration under that. I think it's not unreasonable for us to hear about cost. It's maybe not the primary aspect of our decision, but it's not unreasonable. And as I look at that, I see that there's some public interest in not being crushed by this thing. There's some public interest in the Beeline Trail being safely open again. There's some public interest in just resolving the danger of this smokestack at the moment. I think it's legitimate for the developer to be concerned about exorbitant costs, way additional costs. That's a hard thing to determine. That's, how do you balance out the value of a historic property with the value of development? There's no simple formula for doing that. I have yet, in all my time in historic preservation, hear anybody say, here's the formula for which you do that. So I would say that myself, and then possible alternatives to demolition, I haven't seen anything that has been proposed that is satisfactory to meeting what we would like to do in terms of historic preservation. So all of that said, I would support the COA as it stands. The second, I mean, I'm not happy about that. I wish it were something different. I love the smokestack too. I was admiring it and looking at it as I got out of my car this evening. And I'm sad about it, but that's where we are. The question about conditions or other aspects, or what I might call, possible alternatives or balancing the public interest, that kind of thing, maybe fall under that. I think it is a very legitimate question whether we can do that. I would like to know for a fact if we can do that. We've done it before. We've asked proponents to do things. Generally, the proponents have been fine with it. But I mean, if we can't legally ask for that, then we can't legally ask for that. What has come to my mind is something out of the Section 106 process under the Federal National Historic Preservation Act, which is basically, if you're going to have an adverse effect on a historic property, which this is an adverse effect, you do have the option of developing a mitigation plan, which is generally done through a memorandum of agreement. So you set all the stakeholders and the parties around the table, and you develop an MOA. And I'm sort of mildly curious if that wouldn't be a potential path forward, where the proponent would definitely be a stakeholder. The city would definitely be a stakeholder. We could have somebody sit on that MOA, bring it back to the commission. Interested parties, the Near West Side, historic district folks, any other people could be brought in. I think that's something that takes time. You would need like a year to do that, but that could be done after the fact and come to a mutual development of what seems to be a fair way of balancing the public interest in preserving the structure with the interest of the owner or building of the structure and developing the property. So I'm just going to stop there, toss out. I don't know if that's legal or possible, but I've seen it resolve a whole bunch of other crises like this.
I would ask Daniel, I would defer to legal here since that does a question.
Great. Daniel?
Thanks. And I just want to understand, I guess maybe I'm not fully understanding what the question is there. Is it that a recommendation that there be some kind of engagement between the city and Peerless and an MOU or something else like that to work cooperatively towards something outside of the COA process? Is that what the question is?
Well, no, I guess maybe what I'm asking is, the proponent's attorney has questioned whether we can do anything other than either approve or disapprove this thing and talk about anything other than historic stuff. And so my question is, could we, rather than using language like a condition, just say, we approve this and part of our approval to balance the public interest in preserving the structure with the interest of the owner, which is 8.12.010C3 under the code, would be that I would only be interested in requiring them to get in a process of an MOA with the city and relevant stakeholders. Suggesting I have no interest in that, because suggesting doesn't have any teeth, doesn't have any power. They can just say, thank you for your suggestion. If we have the legal ability to say, this is how we're going to achieve the balancing, is to ask for this MOA, then I would propose we ask for the MOA. Does that make sense, Daniel?
No.
So, I mean, what I can say to this is that there's not a clear answer to that question. It's the great lawyer answer. There's a disagreement in interpreting how these apply and what can be required or requested by the commission between the city and the respondents on that one.
Now, Daniel, you're a great guy. You've been so helpful, but the answer you just gave me doesn't help me as a commissioner. You are the attorney for the city. We are the commission for the city. Daniel, please don't tell me it's unclear. Make a determination.
Who is that?
Here's what I will tell you. The city's position is that under Chapter 8, that could be requested.
Thank you very much.
Christine Bartlett and Richard Lewis raised their hands.
And, you know, Daniel, we just respectfully disagree on this. We do think the code is very clear that the commission, and this is verbatim, it says may approve or deny certificates of appropriateness. There is no in between, there's no conditional. And the power that the commission has derives directly from the Bloomington Municipal Code, and that code has to comply with Indiana statutes. So as it flows down, the only powers that you have are the powers that are expressly granted by the Bloomington Code, and that code has to be within the bounds of state law. And we do think that any conditions would be unenforceable and would be void. And I understand what you're proposing, but I do respectfully believe that that would still be a condition on your approval, even though it's framed a little differently. Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
So this 8
Yeah, we have, hang on one second.
12.010, isn't that also a part of the code? So if one part of the code says no condition, but it gives you a provision to make a condition, I'm confused. Daniel?
Yep, sorry, can you hear me?
I'm trying to reconcile the attorney's assertion that we can't set a condition based on the code, but what my learned friend here just pointed to is a part of the code, which is basically saying that you can make a condition under the provision to balance the public interest with the owner's interest. So I'm kind of confused because there seems to be a conflict there.
And
based on what the attorney, but based on what the owner's attorney is saying, I really don't see the conflict, but
right, and that there is that conflict there, and then that's what we are saying from the city's perspective. The code does allow for that, or for recommendations, and part of that I was going back to. One second. Looking at 8.08.020C, that last section says the commission may advise and make recommendations to the applicant before acting on an application for a certificate of appropriateness. So there's also that language as well. It talks about advising and making recommendations.
well, disagreement is always good fodder for us. Okay.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel.
Sam?
Oh, do my best. Let's see. I just want to reiterate that I am in strong support of a lot of what Matt just said, especially the MOU, and that as a path forward. That said, the smokestack is iconic. It may not be useful in that it has no habitable or rentable space, but it's a landmark that strongly contributes to the identity of the creamery and to that section of Bloomington. And many of the members of the public have commented that they don't want any of the smokestack to be removed. And I have a lot of sympathy with that crowd. The grace and the elegance of the proportions of the smokestack are, in my mind, what makes it iconic. And so removing a portion of the smokestack down to 60 feet as proposed would diminish the historic integrity of the smokestack irreparably. That said, it's not safe. It wasn't built to last. It's the second one out there, and it was used hard. it was built for a purpose, and that purpose is gone. We've sort of it's got a new purpose, and then it's a landmark. But is that enough to justify the risk to public safety? I don't believe it is. We still have the ability to comment on a future development, either adjacent or within or both the creamery. And so with the understanding that the HPC does get to review these things, I would not only support the, well, actually, I do have an issue with supporting the COA as is. I'd support taking the whole thing down and revisiting it later as to what goes up there to memorialize it. Because I think putting all of that money into taking it down to something that doesn't do what everybody wants it to do doesn't make sense. The owner bought this knowing it was in bad shape. And when I buy a property and I know it's in bad shape, I'm an architect and I do development on a much smaller scale than this. But it's a pig in a poke, right? You bought the whole thing and you're responsible for demolishing the parts that need demolishing. So that the costs that come into that, you're adding costs to demolish it down to 60 feet, as opposed to just taking the whole thing out. And I don't support that, because I think what you lose is not worth what you have to do to get there.
Thanks, Sam.
I'll just follow up and say, actually, that had been in my mind too. I'm not sure of the point of keeping a stub of this. I simply hadn't addressed it because it seemed like members of the public seemed comfortable with it, but I'm not opposed to permitting taking it all the way down, because it's really such an adverse effect to the smokestack that leaving the stub, in my opinion, is, stub, no stub, it's all not so great. And I don't have a strong opinion about which is better or worse.
Thank you, Matthew. Elizabeth, do you have any comments? Marlene?
Okay, so I agree with my council friend. My new friend. We haven't met yet, but now we have in person. And I agree with what Matt said.
Can you
Hello.
talk
And
just pump up the volume.
okay. So I have been on other boards where public benefit has been a big issue with respect to giving and getting. So the things that I think about when you're talking about what to take down and what not to take down are things that have been in the past liturgy of historic preservation. One is the Venturi Benjamin Franklin House in the middle of Philadelphia, which it was supposed to represent, and it was art. It was a representative piece that represented the house that no longer existed, that was there, but it's an art piece. The other thing that I find to be very compelling would be the Weatherman bombed out house in Greenwich Village in 1970, where the facade of the building was, or the whole building maybe, was blown up, and then the part that was rebuilt matched the existing historic facades of this row house, but where the bomb was, there was a little cant to the front of the house, and that was to express the blown out facade. And I think those two things did a really good job, taking art, architecture, and destruction, and creating something out of rubble, if you will. So that having been said, I think that maybe this should be looked at as a feature and not a problem, because this whatever part of this structure we feel should be maintained can become a feature for your building. I mean, every building I've ever had to design, whether it was in Boston, New York, Bloomington, Quebec, has always had some sort of a moniker or some sort of an advertising piece that made it special. And so here we have this tower, whether it's part or all or none, that could be the feature that made your building more special than any other building in this town. Because nothing else has that kind of a height. And so, well, so tearing down the tower to the end, I don't know. But what Jan Sorby said was probably, it was an addition to what I said, whether it's a shadow or a light, you're already 60 feet up, and the thing, I think you should go and look at the thing that's in front of the IU Art Museum. People go there to see that, to interact with it, to become shadows and part of whatever the building is. And so I think that the ire and the sort of anger of the owner toward trying to do something that would be in the public interest is looking at things in a very uncreative way. I mean, I don't want to be negative, but that I think it's very uncreative, because there are so many creative people in this town. You could use this, what looks like a problem, as a feature. And so, whether I'm not sure I agree with tearing the whole thing down. So that's, and I think other people have said correctly that we have the purview to say, okay, keep the whole thing. So, I mean, there's always the carrot and stick.
Thank you, Joanna. I'd like to move to Duncan. Comments?
Yeah, this is all very interesting. I'll address a couple of things that have already been said. There is a procedure in the preservation ordinance for addressing cost issues. It's called a hardship clause. There's a procedure for following it. It's available to all owners, anyone who brings a C of A or request before us. And if that's an issue, then I recommend to the owner that if they think they can get away with it, they should proceed to follow that procedure. It's well laid out, and it addresses hardship costs. Second, I understood the notion that the word conditional for the C of A to be a reference to not a requirement for art, but the fact that it's conditional until the historic district is approved at city council. And if that is not approved at city council, the C of A goes away. It does not become official or ordinance worthy until such time as the building is designated. That's what I was understood the word conditional to mean, and actually was told that's what the word conditional would mean. And then in terms of what Sam was saying about taking it to the ground, this is an issue that's been parsed for, ever since people have been talking about historic preservation. There's a lot of work, a lot of essays, or a lot of dissertations about how do you interpret historic sites that aren't there anymore? How do you interpret historic sites that are somewhat there? How do you create historic sites that continue to talk and tell the story of the significance of the historic event or building or whatever that either was once there or is now in some stage of deterioration or in fact ruin? And there are several books written about the meaning of ruins. And anybody who's been to Rome has seen how effectively the story can be told by interpreting ruins. So I think, my general inclination about things that are deteriorated is keep as much as you possibly can within the realm of public safety and reasonable expectation of ownership, and the capacity to maintain and carry that piece forward in the same way that you expect the stewardship of the building to be carried forward, not just by this owner, but by the next owner and the next owner and the next owner and the next owner. Our obligation is to the stewardship of things that we consider to be or are already been recognized as historically significant, culturally significant to our community. So if we can save 60 feet of it, I hate losing this thing. I worked on this building for 7 or 8 years. I hate losing it. But I understand what the risk is. And the worst risk for me is not so much the risk of public injury as injury to the building itself. If this thing falls over on the boiler room.
Of course, you're gonna jump in front of it?
So it's gonna throw the citizens under the bus in favor of the building. I get you, Douglas, I get you.
We're really going to be in trouble. So I think, you know, if we can, if 60 feet seems to be a reasonable, from my reading of the RC report, that's the most likely, most stable place to stop. That doesn't mean that at some point it can't be improved upon, either by things that have already been mentioned, some kind of art installation or something else, or in fact, you know, a reconstruction of some kind. But to take it all the way to the ground is the same thing that happens when you completely demolish anything. It's gone forever. There's no memory. There's no way to look at it and consider this, what the story was. And nobody will know that there was an enormous power plant here that was burning coal all day long and producing, you know, the product that it was producing. I've had people ask me, as a matter of fact, as early as last night at the meeting at City Hall, what was the smokestack for? But what did it do? Why would they have even had one? So, you know, if it's not there, that question doesn't get asked. And so that would be my argument for keeping as much of it as reasonably possible to keep. And I don't think that's putting any load on the owner that he didn't already have when he bought the building. So I would certainly favor keeping and restoring as much of it as possible.
Thank you, Duncan. Ernesto?
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't say better than what Duncan just said. I agree with it. I agree with it completely. If we could say as much as we can, that would be the best scenario here. They bought the property knowing that he had some deterioration on the structure. So I know we can do something with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, I've transitioned from wishing to save the chimney to understanding the uncomfortable truth that it needs to go down to 60 feet. I think it's important for the commission to be clear about that, because then it can be included in the boundaries. And the future, if there is some kind of future use of that chimney, whether it's to install a bat signal or whatever, it would be under the review of the commission, and we wouldn't get a giant bunch of bananas sitting up there. So I think we can be realistic and accept reality, which is difficult and has taken me a week and a half to do, but I'm there. And I think it's important for the commission to be very clear about that, and yet declare, like Duncan said, that this is an important part of the structure and needs to be included in the boundaries. Thank you.
Mr. Cavero, do you have an additional comment?
I do. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. I do want to, address, I don't know exactly who is, making comments and questions, but just address some of the things in a statement. We have done, Peerless has done historic landmark renovations before. We get what it means to preserve historically significant buildings, and we appreciate that. The iconic structure of the smokestack and its visibility around town was one of the things that drew us to this site. Please, don't, it should not be felt that we are coming in here like always thinking that we were going to try to demolish this. We spent countless hours trying to preserve it, applying for grants to preserve it at full height, and maybe a little bit out of order. Maybe we should have had another assessment done, but at that time we believed that we could preserve it and it would cost less. But the fact is deterioration continued and, maybe was never even feasible in the first place. So, we are here today, at this point, and, we don't feel great about it either. We appreciate the role of the HPC, and we love art and the idea of using and finding creative solutions. Part of why I, was drawn to development is using my creativity and coming up with unique ideas and uses. We just don't feel that we should be beholden to provide the funding for that purpose. Again, we're happy to, work with the city after the fact and on an unconditional basis or a non-conditioned basis to achieve something that is for the public good and that can help make a statement. Another thing I wanted to touch on was this concept of conditional approval or conditional COAs. We understand, and I've seen it happen. I've sat through a lot of these meetings where, as a petitioner is recommending something, the commissioners might say, well, if you change this material, we'll approve it. Ultimately, that is and there was some language read about how the commission can recommend a change or modification before approving and deciding on a COA. So I view those what are typically called conditional approvals as a recommendation for a change in the application that the petitioner ultimately says, okay, I'm good with that. In this case, we were just not good with being told that we have to fund an art installation as a condition for our approval. So we ask for your vote to approve, to allow us to comply with the order, and we hope to work together to find a creative and unique solution that will help commemorate or memorialize the stack. That would be a great public, not only, I agree, a great public use, but it will be, an icon for this property. Thank you.
Yeah. Matthew?
Would it be okay to follow up with a question to Mr. Cordero?
Certainly.
Mr. Cordero, I really appreciate what you just said. And really one of the things I heard that seemed to be could help us make some movement forward and finding some way of balancing public and private interest here is your strong sense you don't feel you should be beholden to fund an art installation, but you are happy to work with the city after the fact on an unconditional basis to find something to do that would, take this into account. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, we are willing to work with the city. If it's an art contest or something like that, where ultimately, again, we're not agreeing to fund a competition or fund the installation of things, but we are agreeing to allow use of our property for the public good.
Ooh.
So I'm sort of wondering, because the way I see and have experienced an MOA or an MOU process is there is no determined outcome when you go into it. So it isn't like, we're going into an MOA to do a specific thing, right? It's you all sit around the table and you figure out what needs to be done. So that sounds to me like exactly what you just said you were willing to do. And if you're willing to do that, then what I would propose is that we move approval of this COA and acknowledge and say that the proponent has agreed to enter into a process with the city and other relevant stakeholders to find a way to mitigate the effects of the removal of stack. Would that sound acceptable to you? Check with your friend.
I'm myself, so I would say, again, that sounds like a condition. That sounds like a condition to ultimately what we need to do So, I think you can take my word as good faith that we are willing to work with the city and city staff. But without knowing what is going into this MOU, we're making an agreement to agree to make an agreement. And that's something that we're not willing to do at this time.
Well, that's what I'm proposing is I would call it a memorandum of agreement. I would keep it in line with 106 language. And people make agreements to make agreements all the time. And you wouldn't be committing to any amount of money. You wouldn't be, you'd be at the table with a whole bunch of people. You'd all be happy. You'd have the public there, you'd be listening to it. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying you are willing to do that, but you don't want us to say that you should do that, or that's part of our approval. You want us to take you at your word.
Yes, sir.
Right? After a bunch of other things that you've said, including private landowners shouldn't be forced, and a lot of expression of annoyance and frustration towards us, you want us to take you at your word. Is that correct? I'm just trying to clarify.
No comment.
Can I ask, what are options here?
Yeah.
What are we able to do today? Can we put this off? Do we have enough time?
The city's got to come back.
Right, because I would really like a considered legal opinion on this whole matter as to whether conditions, and I don't use that in any, I use it in the classical sense and not any legal sense, can be imposed. Can we put a rider on this or any kind of requirement? I would like to hear a considered, researched legal opinion for guidance, because that seems to be the big issue here.
Gloria, do you have the date this was submitted?
Yes, 3/18/2022.
Right.
So we have time.
We have 90 days, but I'm just worried about.
No, we don't have 90 days.
This is a COA, which is a 30-day.
The next meeting is April 14th.
So is that for the server?
No, we would have 4 days, about 4
days
days.
to spare.
Okay. So, Joe?
But we're still dealing with a public safety issue. This puts off work being started, assuming the council, I mean, and again, I understand the movement of the timelines. If the council acts on this April 6th, then we're another 8 days out from that. So I do have concern about the public safety.
But
delay here.
I did get the sense from the discussion, and it may have been something I picked up on, I think Daniel said it about when he answered the question as to why the police powers were not being used and why it was coming to the HRA, and something was mentioned about it not being imminent. I do remember a comment about it not being eminently dangerous. And if that is the case, and if we were willing to wait for this thing to go through the HPC, then again, there seems to be a disconnect there that I'm not
I think
appreciating.
Well, I don't know that you're not appreciating. I think it's just a judgment call, right? That we're erring on the side of acting as fast as we can. And that's what I told the council last night, that we prefer to have this move as efficiently as possible. Understanding we're trying to strike a balance here with public safety, historic preservation, understanding that, the B line is closed in this section. So it is, so at the question and what I told the council, one of them said, is this, how urgent is this? And I said, can I tell you the smokestack's going to fall down tomorrow? No. Can I tell you it's not? No. I mean, it's just this is a judgment call, everyone. So we are with the administration's erring on the side of moving as fast as we can to get work started as fast as we can. So that's my concern. I don't know that there's a.
My last question right now would be, if the smokestack was supposed to fall right now, are there mitigation efforts in place to ensure that it doesn't kill anyone? I mean, is it cordoned.
Yes.
Right, and
Yeah, section of
so,
the beeline is.
and so even though it may be danger of falling, it's not in danger of killing anyone.
That's not
Well,
entirely true.
Yeah, we have done risk management and parks. Thought it was prudent to close off a section of the beeline. The engineer stated, you all can see the report, what the conditions were for, natural, acts of God failure. We have the best information. I think we can make a judgment on. That's what we've got. And we're just making judgment calls.
I just have a question about process and order.
I don't know who,
Sam,
that's your.
You wanna,
I just have a question about process and order. So if we were to do this today, nothing's going to happen until the council meeting, right? And if we were to do this and it wasn't a district, aren't we in some danger here? No? Okay.
it just won't be effective. It just is moot if it does not become a district.
Yeah.
So I think that,
But wait, so that's the question. So how does it expedite things?
Because sorry, if I may for a second, if hypothetically common council were to designate the creamery and smokestack as a historic district, the COA would become active that moment.
Right.
So the next day they could go and, and go and do the demolition, but the demolition according to what we're saying. So, the reason this is coming here is because the HPC is giving it its very careful consideration, this very long conversation that has been happening with the back and forth that would not happen at all.
So couldn't we just have a special meeting the day after the council meeting?
may I speak for a minute?
oh, go ahead. Sam.
I think part of what really bothers me about putting this off is that a lot of our training as architects, ethically, we have to put public safety and welfare at the forefront of what we do. And that follows through with preservation as well. By putting it off, we are, one of the members of the public mentioned that people are behaving badly in the parking lot. So there have been temporary measures that shunt the beeline route into the city parking lot, and it becomes hazardous for both users of that space because it's overcrowded. I'm not excited that Common Council put this off, but they had good reasons for it. But I think whatever we can do to expedite the process, I'm in favor of that. So I appreciate, I'm actually convinced. Duncan swayed me, and I'm back to approving this COA as submitted.
So here's one question for you. The engineers are under the same strictures as we are as far as public safety. So you can say the engineers haven't gone through this and said, my pants are on fire, I've got to do this now. So I think looking into the legal aspects of adding MOA, MOU, whatever you want, or at least thinking about it would be prudent in some ways. I don't know. I mean, or having a special meeting. I mean, nothing's really going to start until
Common
council, right? Is that true?
The process for common council is that they will hear it at their next meeting,
Which is committee of the whole.
which is next week.
Yeah, that's a committee meeting, so they can't take final action as a body until their next meeting, which will be April 6th.
April
So,
6th.
so next week's basically a committee hearing. And
Okay,
then,
so that's the first part, and the second part will be committee or commission.
yeah, on April 6th.
So then it is possible.
John, I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, thank you.
In the past, when we've had a legal issue or a conundrum, I suppose you might say, and city legal has said to us, we disagree with the statements being made by the petitioner in terms of their legal appropriateness. That has always meant that the city legal department is supporting what we're doing. And we've pretty much left it at that and gone ahead and taken the action that we needed to take and left it to legal to sort out the problem. Daniel has told us that he disagrees with what the petitioner's lawyer has said. And I'm not a lawyer, but I'm glad he said that, because it makes me feel like we're acting according to and are being supported by city legal. We can't really do much more than that. We're not going to sort out this legal issue probably unless we are willing to wait until it goes to court. And it's not going to go to court if we don't take action one kind or another. And I do think time is of the essence on this proposal, that we want to get the designation in there as quickly as possible. And we want to get this safety issue taken care of as soon as possible. And as you already know, I don't want this to fall on the building. With all due respect, Renard, I really do like what you're proposing kind of personally, but I don't think it's a practical proposal, because we won't know how this is going to get sorted out unless there's a real challenge to the law. So
Duncan, your suggestion solved my issue, because I want to pass it as is, but I thought that there was an impediment. Now that you've informed me that there's no impediment, I'd go ahead and vote for it as is.
yeah, I mean, we can let Daniel weigh in on this, but I think he'll support what I'm saying.
Okay, Matthew.
Well, after listening to all of this, again, I'm swayed by the public safety argument, and I think we should pass this as is. And I sat here and was pondering, and I think it's great that the proponent, Mr. Cordero, went on record with his word to say be willing to talk to the city and stakeholders about the project. That's equivalent to in my opinion, to agreeing to make an agreement. We have an esteemed member of the press here who heard that as well, and I'm sure we'll be getting that into the record. And so I look forward with photographs. And so I'd just like to add that I'd like to be part of those discussions when they come about, because I do trust the proponent on that one. And so I move to approve COA 22-27.
I'll second it.
Okay, D.
Marlene Newman,
So this is without any MO.
No MOA, it's just what's presented.
All right, yes.
Sam DeSaller,
Yes.
Matthew Seddon,
Yes.
John Saunders,
Yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell,
Yes.
Bernard Cross.
Motion carries. Okay. Let's move on to demolition delay, DD 2209, 200 East Kirkwood Avenue.
Okay, so still have one. Demolition delay 22-09. We had already visited this property, 200 East Kirkwood Avenue. The petitioner is requesting full demolition. I even included the start date so that we have that as a reference. So staff has reviewed the documentation, and I have been researching who the architect for this building is. This typology of building is, I don't want to give an exact number, but it is not 100%, but almost 100%, high 90% designed by architects. This international style commercial type building is historically designed by architectural firms that specialized in this type of building. However, I have not been able to find additional information. I did look at the survey performed by Bloomington Restorations, Inc., 2017-18. So it's the official 2018 Bloomington resurvey, and it found it to be it was actually marked as an endangered architectural style. So in the packet, if you go to whatever, it's towards the back. Towards the back, I did include the survey sheet for this building and for the current CVS building in front of it, which was another bank of the same typology, but not the exact same design. These are the two buildings that I found in the area outside of the historic protected district of Courthouse Square. So yeah, I had the Working Men's Federal Savings and Loan Association, the Old National Bank is the CVS. So these two buildings that kind of face each other. And I don't have a full staff report because this is only for demolition delay at this moment. However, this is where I am leaning towards. However, the HPC and the owners, I believe they have representatives here, and I would ask them to raise their hands so that I can allow them to speak. And I will leave it in the hands of the HPC. This one has been a bit more of a complicated one because I haven't been able to find, again, with this typology of building, usually finding an architectural firm or an architect is wonderful, but I've had that stumbling block. I've been sleuthing, and this is leading to other projects, but it's too late to talk about that. Anyways, I have Tim Cover here, and I will ask Tony. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Tim Cover. I'm with Studio 3 Design out of Indianapolis, representing the petitioner. My understanding is the purpose of tonight is to decide whether or not to designate this facility or this building. And I guess, first of all, I'd just like to say, number one, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak this evening. I know it's been kind of a long night for all of you. Seems like, I don't know if this is typical that you run so long on the meetings. A lot of good discussion though. So it's my understanding that the role of the commission is to look at each historic structure and to determine whether you should designate based on the merits of that structure, and determine if basically those merits and perhaps the contribution to the historic fabric of the city as a whole warrant not allowing a structure to be taken down. That said, from an economic and development standpoint, we would like to basically achieve a greater density on this site and use of the land itself. That obviously could happen two different ways. One would be taking the structure down. The other would be adaptive reuse with the potential for an addition to the structure. And so, part of this evening, I guess I'll ask, and perhaps this happens in your comments, that you maybe give us some guidance on making the assumption that this moves forward with a recommendation for being designated, and then it would go to council, and I understand that process would be separate from this. But if this was designated and that became ratified by the council, is this the type of structure where you would consider building additions as part of that process? What we would come back to you with, and obviously it's 100% dependent on what we show you down the road. But when I look at this structure, I think the sides of the building or the structure portions that really kind of tell the story of the building and the history of it are Kirkwood Avenue's facade with from an international style standpoint, the floor to ceiling glass and the very simplistic styling of the building. And then also Washington Street, that facade again with, I'll say, the more localized use of limestone and even the kind of shadow line on the corner that used to spell out federal savings and loan on the building. But, you know, if you looked at in addition to this facility as a way to, I guess, better utilize the land and maintain the life of the facility, I would see, you know, kind of, could you add to the back of the building and to the perhaps towards the Graduate Hotel and even over the top of the building, provided that you respected the original shells, you know, stepping back an appropriate distance from any perimeter walls. So I guess some of that is both a statement and a question that I'm hoping to gain a little insight from the commission on how you view this building and how we might move forward. Thank you.
Tim. Sam?
Are we doing questions?
Questions?
Questions? I don't really have any questions.
Okay. Marlene, any questions?
No questions.
Bernard? Matthew?
No question.
Are we short a member?
No, you have 5 here.
Okay.
And Elizabeth left.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Okay.
Yeah.
And I have no questions, so let's just move over to comments. Is that appropriate? Okay.
Right, ask Ernesto and that, so, but also before we go on, Tim did ask a question to us. Is it okay to try to answer it or?
Yeah, I thought we might get to that with comments.
Okay,
Right.
excellent, perfect. So Tim, we'll get back to that with comments. We still need Duncan and Ernesto and Chris to ask.
Okay. Duncan, do you have any questions?
I'm not quite sure how to say what I'm thinking in a question.
End with, isn't that right?
I guess really, Mike, I'd like for staff to say a little bit more about the criteria. You listed 3 or 4 that you thought were candidates for criteria, but do you have any thoughts about it? Let's just say this goes to nomination. Are you asking that we evaluate the criteria and tell you, or do you have some thoughts about the criteria themselves?
Yeah, so the first time I presented, I did go a little bit more into detail about this. And I apologize for not having gone into more detail this time.
No, that's okay. I would just like to hear your.
Yes. So the main criteria and perhaps the main focus of the 3 that I am leaning towards is the fact that this is a building that is highly intact for its period. It does have some changes. It does have alterations. It does have an awning, and it did have like for cars. Drive-through. Sorry, English. I was thinking it in Spanish. Sorry. So it does have a drive-through that was installed at one point. It did have the original sign taken down and another one, but you can see the palimpsest of the original sign. But the material on the exterior is very intact for a mid-century international style modernist building. And this is a typology that is disappearing very quickly. The localized material, so the use of the Indiana limestone as for a smooth facade is something that we do see in Bloomington, but it's not something that is, it's something that sort of unifies the landscape. When you look at the church behind it, the building in front of it, the library just a block south all of these buildings have this Indiana limestone. So there's something about this landscape of using this very noble material that is very much of this area that I thought was worthy of consideration. That's kind of where I'm at with this property. Again, I will respect whatever decision, whether release or elevate that the HPC has, but I did want to give it a much closer look because I have found, and again, I don't have scientific numbers to back this up, but I have found that international style buildings and later buildings leaning towards postmodernism and brutalist buildings to be very vulnerable to alterations and demolition. And there's a lot of complicated factors for that, but that's kind of where I'm at. Does that help, Duncan?
Yeah, that's and anything about the other criteria?
So
You had three.
yes, I know. So yes, this is valid and very important. Sorry, I need to. You guys are lucky you're not seeing my terrible computer screen management right now.
Sure, we can all match yours.
So the bank that was there had been, so for historic, this was part of a modernization period in Bloomington. It was part of an economic moment. And the bank had already existed there. According to the article I read, they had been in the area for many decades before. And so they were transitioning to this modernist look at the moment. So that's where I'm leaning towards in the historic part. This was an area that was the economic center, economic heart, and it still is. So the landscape is changing, but there were multiple banks in this area. In fact, one right in front of it, and others near the town square. And although there still are banks and economic centers in that area, this era of commercial buildings is quickly disappearing. So I'm leaning towards mainly towards the two architectural worthy, where these distinguishing characteristics through the materials and the architectural style, which is this very clean international style that we tend to sort of associate with high rises, not two-story buildings, not buildings of this. This is a very small building for being an international style, monumental bank. You usually think of going to downtown Chicago or New York and seeing high rises with these glass walls, wall glasses. I'm gonna draw that later. And so does that help a little more, or am I still not giving enough?
That's great, thank you. I just because this hearing is about the architectural importance of the building, I just wanted to get a little bit more of your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yes.
Ernesto?
Yes, yeah, it is hard to formulate a question at this point. I have more of a list of comments on this. I'll get back to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, any questions?
Yeah, just to be clear, today's vote is to vote on it at the next meeting. Is that correct? Today's vote would be to consider it at the next meeting.
I can answer that, Chris. We would have to have a resolution to begin the formal process for recommending it to council. And so that would involve issuing the public notice that they would then get this in consideration either at the next meeting or the next available one, because the public notice requirement is 10 days. And as we've learned with publishing in the EHT, we have a turnaround time that unfortunately makes it difficult with our meetings being on Thursday to get those published before Friday or Monday. So
I understand. So generally, yes, but maybe not absolutely next meeting.
within the 90-day window.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to comments. Marlene?
Okay, so I really like this building, and I think that adaptive reuse would be a potential, a good potential. I think that in this age where we're worried about the environment, the embodied energy of a building like this is an important factor. And if you can use it as an adaptive reuse building, I think that would be a good thing. Secretary of the Interior makes it obvious that you have to make a difference between the new and the old, and that the new has to be able to be separated from the old in the event that somebody wants to go back to it. So I think that would all work to an advantage for an architect, and me being an architect and having worked on adaptive reuses buildings in here and New York City and Boston. I think that it would be a really good pivot point for a design, working on a design. And I think that architects, at least me, I've always found that limitations and rules make the process a lot better. And that having been said, this building offers some context and rules that would make your ability to design different from a lot of the other buildings that have occurred in this city, which have been the regurgitation of red brick with limestone detailing. So I would, if I had to vote right now, I'd vote for an adaptive reuse. So I guess I would say designate.
Bernard.
I mean, I hate tearing down perfectly good old buildings. Laura said it's in good nick. I would vote for designation.
Sam?
It's a little gem of a building. It's, if this building were somewhere else, I don't know that I would necessarily designate it, but it's one of the few international style buildings we have left in Bloomington, and even some of the other international style ones, like I think Gloria referenced the Chase building on the square. That's more for me. That's gone into brutalism. That one's on the edge. I'm not arguing whether it's likable or not likable. I'm just saying it's different. So this becomes one of a very few, if not the only example of solid international style building that we've got in town. And it's a lovely little building. Its architectural features are clean and very representative of a style and of a time and a moment in Bloomington. And I concur with the criteria that Gloria put forth. It doesn't have necessarily a famous architect, and nobody slept there probably that was famous and all of that. But that doesn't move me like a building does move me. So I would advocate to move this forward on the designation front. That said, I want to just reiterate what Marlene said, in that constraints are your friends when you're doing a project like this. And I really appreciate the change in tone of this meeting from the last meeting. I think that it's been lovely to hear this building framed in the way that the petitioner described it. I would have no issues with building to the east or building to the south, or even building up and over, provided that there was some kind of setback or separation or delineation between the old and the new. I think that's the big thing. The commission has no purview on what goes on inside the building, although I would strongly say save as much as you can of that front lobby, because that's fun. There's some great finishes in there. And yeah, but I do think there's a lot of latitude to expand the envelope of that building with an adaptive reuse project. And it's right downtown. It's right near, bus and transit and city amenities and all that. So go as dense as you can while doing what you can do to respect this lovely little piece of architecture.
Thank you, Sam. Matthew?
Yeah, I agree with Sam, and I think Gloria's made a good case, and I think it's a no-brainer to go ahead and send this one to the council for nomination, and really do appreciate the proponents' change of tone and approach, and I do think we got lots of good folks who'd be happy to consult and provide some thoughts on how to do an adaptive reuse that you know, that would enable you to do a denser development as well as retain some of the significance of the building on this streetscape. So yeah, I move to send it to council for designation.
Thank you. I agree with my fellow commissioners on this. So we'll need a motion to move it forward.
I just heard one from Mr. Matt.
Oh, well, I just want to make sure we get comments from.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting you guys out there. Sorry. Ernesto?
Yes, thank you. We're still here. Duncan and I were still. We're not gone. Yeah. Hey, just want to say, I used to work just half a block from this building. I would walk every day in front of it. I really appreciate the architecture. It's a really, really nice building. Just one quick comment. I was surprised when that canopy was approved to it. I just thought that was just not appropriate, but that's besides the case for tonight. But as everybody said, you know, this is a great little building. I would hate to see it gone, so I would be supportive of designation. I do think that it would be interesting to see an addition to the building to the south and on top of it. I mean, there are many creative ways to do this. And maybe this could be a really interesting, fun project to look at. I just think that we need to help preserve this building. I think it's a great example, and we need to protect it. Yeah, I mean, I can't say anything more. It's a great building. I would support the idea of adding to the south, on top of it, to the east. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto. Duncan?
Yeah, thank you. Still here. Not always willingly, but still here. I also appreciate the petitioner's request for feedback, which I respect, and I'll try to add a little to what Maureen and Sam and others have said. I agree that this needs to be sent to council for all the reasons already mentioned. I won't repeat them, but I think the adaptive use of this building has real potential. I see it as having two primary facades that I would be more reluctant to tamper with, which is the one facing Washington Street and the one facing Kirkwood. However, there's quite a bit of room behind the building, and I think done right, there might even be some possibility to move slightly to the east. There's kind of a gap there, and then on top, I used to teach a couple of studios to architects on compatible design and adapting historic buildings. And so we came up with some pretty far-fetched examples worldwide of how this has been done. And I've seen very, very traditional historic buildings, let's say a federal building or something, with an extremely modern addition to it done beautifully. And they're great examples of it. And I've seen mid-century buildings and even newer buildings with additions to them that are compatible in very distinct ways. So there are plenty of models out there for ways to proceed on the building. And actually, to the petitioner, I think you're lucky in the sense that we have several members of this commission who also have expertise in this area. And I think you've probably already heard that we would be very willing to entertain the idea of an adaptive use that meets compatibility standards and secretary standards and so on. So I support moving it to council.
Thank you, Duncan. Do we have any comments from the public?
Chris?
Oh, is Chris still on? I don't see Chris.
You may be gone.
Yeah, I don't see him in the screen.
Sorry.
Okay. Any comments from the public?
Tim,
He's had his hand up, but that's been up for review news.
do you have any additional comments, Tim?
Oh, yes, just first of all, thank you all for the feedback, and I will definitely take advantage of working with you to gain ideas and as we take a look at the building.
Thank you. Okay,
Isn't there a formal motion?
There is a
for
formal
this?
motion.
Yes. I move you read the formal motion to send it to council, please.
is this it right here?
We are here.
Right, but do we do this
No,
next?
that's only if you vote. So that happens next time this happens.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Resolution today regarding the property located at 200 East Kirkwood. The Historic Preservation Commission declares that it got notice of proposed demolition and requests that the staff prepare a formal report on the property and put the property on the HPC agenda to be officially considered for local historic designation under BMC 8.08.01D. Okay,
So moved.
so moved.
In a second.
In a second.
Okay.
And Marlene gives us 7. D,
Marlene Newman,
Yes.
Sam DeSaller,
Yes.
Matthew Seddon,
Yes.
Joan Saunders,
yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell,
Oh, Elizabeth is gone.
Renard Cross.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any new business?
Yeah, I'd just like to apologize to Daniel for my tone of voice and the way I phrased things, and I was asking you for an opinion. That was too harsh, over the top. I regret doing it that way, and I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Beg your forgiveness.
We, I guess there was one point of question more than raised. Just to clarify what your motion, again, for the peerless request on the COA was. When you said present it, I don't want to put words in your mouth. How did you phrase it again?
I just moved to approve the COA and just in the process got on record of saying, oh yeah, he said he talked to the city and all of us, and he said he did it on his word.
So it's the COA as presented by peerless or this?
Take it down to 60 feet.
Okay, with no conditions.
No conditions, no nothing.
Okay, now I just want to make sure I understood the motion that was made.
Yeah.
Right, and do everything else.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Uh,
Something. The COA, sorry, say that again?
I move to approve the COA as proposed by Peerless, which is to remove the stack down to 60 feet, put a concrete cap, all the other engineering details that they have in there. There is no additional condition, but I did recognize that the proponent is on record saying that he is willing.
No, that was, sorry, that wasn't the COA that I voted on. I voted on the one that they objected to with the conditions. That's why I had all these questions about conditions.
That's why.
That's the one that I thought was, that's the one that was there. That's the one they objected to, that it had conditions. So the COA that we were voting on was the one where we required, where we imposed conditions.
No, well, it
That's
wasn't,
what we discussed about
but that's.
prior. But the motion that Daniel made was to accept the COA as presented.
That wasn't,
That was what we voted on. That's what we
Can I
agreed to.
just say one thing? There was a confusion because when we talked about what the lawyer was saying, to you.
right.
It was like, well, we'll test it in the courts. That was what, and that's why I hesitated to vote, because it seemed like at one point we were saying that we had the purview to do this because you seem to be supporting us. And that's why I thought the conditions were to be included, and that's why I hesitated to vote.
Right, and when Duncan, the other member online came in and said, the lawyer agreed that we can put conditions on it, and he's our lawyer, and if they have a problem, then they can take it to court, or they can take some other action. So the COA I was voting on was the one with conditions, and if the petitioner had an issue, then he could take it up. Because everything in every question I was asking was geared towards why can't we put conditions? And the question I asked the attorneys, whose opinion I relied on, was that we could put conditions. So I was voting on
What Matt made a motion on was as presented by the petitioner.
All I said was I moved to approve, and then I listed the numbers, and I didn't add any conditions.
And what, yeah, and sorry, and what the conditioned one was a staff recommendation. It was not a COA. It was staff recommends that we add these
I'm
conditions.
sorry that wasn't clear to you. I was a little surprised at how quickly you jumped to that.
yeah, because I thought I was voting, everything in the discussion led to, we could put conditions on it.
We can hold, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, he's coming back. Yeah, he's coming back. So I think there's clarification on what, or there's. Yeah, I think Daniel's making a call.
We should have it on record, right, what I said, right? It should be recorded, correct?
Yeah.
I think that's what it said.
It's still being
That's why
recorded.
I hesitated.
I understand.
So, because I wanted the conditions, but we did that with the motion. Because I think that there's.
And what I.
Have we adjourned the meeting?
No.
We should.
We could have done the meeting. Right?
No, but
I think we're-
I'm still with the.
I think we can iron this out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because my understanding is exactly as Sam's and what Matthew said. That's what I interpreted to be, that we would vote to accept the COA as presented without any conditions on it. That's how
He
I
didn't
took it.
say that, though. What he said was that.
That's what Daniel said, but Daniel wasn't making the motion.
That you didn't say without any conditions, you just said this.
You said as presented.
As presented.
Which,
So which
actually-
was it? Was it this one or was it that one?
Well, what I said, Marlene, and I'm pretty sure about this, is I first prefaced and said, all right, I've heard the proponents say they're willing to talk to the city. It's on record. I mentioned our esteemed member of the press back here. who
Right, yeah, I got
currently
it.
writing it up. So I was trying to say, basically, not putting a condition on it, the guy's put his word on the record and in front of God and everybody. And so I moved to approve, and then I just listed the thing. I did not add any conditions to it.
I know, but.
So if you're expressing why you were confused, I understand why you're confused. I'm just trying to say I wasn't trying anything nefarious,
No, I know
wasn't
that.
trying to hide anything.
I know that, I know you weren't trying to do it.
And I apologize, because I thought when you asked me, I said, yeah, with the conditions in it, because I thought that's what we're voting on.
What, did the folks online agree?
I think that.
We've lost one voting member.
Yeah.
I think, well, I think that as far as things like that go, I think that we should have as a commission, some kind of an idea about for the public good. Because I think that that is in our purview, and I think that, that, okay, so if you look at the way, and from their own notes, they said, okay, we could have 75 feet of tower, or we could take it down to 60 feet. And the difference between the 60 and the 75 was between $200,000. And, $200,000 is quite a bit of money.
For 15 feet of brick.
Right. Well, but in any event, my point is that could be a substantial amount of money that would go for a very
modest.
modest and interesting piece of public art.
Which is
And-
why I asked a question,
But
to get it from
doesn't the
75
public
to
art
15.
come up under the construction of the newer building and the renovation of
No, they
Johnson
said
County?
no, they said no.
Because those are the planning department.
It came, so the art came in as part of a previous proposal for the entire complex. So this is separate from that. They may come back with another proposal with another complex adjacent to the Creamery building, hopefully not knocking down as much as they're proposing the last time, because we'll knock it down. That said, their proposal down, that is. Maybe we can get them to incorporate something there then, but maybe not. And what he's saying is he's willing to talk.
He's willing to talk, but he's not willing to pay.
That's right.
And I think that when you look at the financial calculus, there's, you know, they're getting off pretty easily. I mean, we could have told them that they had to keep the whole tower. And figure out, you know, whether it was balloons or some sort of, you know, how they held it up. That was their problem, not ours.
No, I think the issue is that there is no viable engineering solution to do that.
You're from MIT.
I know.
Balloons.
In doing so, we're sort of passing the buck and passing the responsibility. And I think that it's gonna, let me finish, that it's going to get mired in the courts and various commissions and committees arguing about it. And in that time, it's gonna fall down and hurt Duncan's building.
But that's not my point. My point was that there's a calculation between 60 and 75 feet that is from their own mouth, which is $150,000 to $200,000. The idea that you could use some of that, if not all of it, for the public good, because we are giving them a gift in a way, because we're saying you don't have to keep it at 75. We're taking the least of all possible routes, the least egregious from their perspective, except for tearing it down.
And that was the logic behind my questioning as to, could we insist on 75 feet? I get that the whole tower was unsafe and I wouldn't even have pushed for that. But if we could have pushed for 75 feet, and I find it somewhat hard to believe that an engineering firm would do a report and couldn't come up with what's the word I'm looking for? A conclusion as to 75 feet. I find that a little hard to believe, but fine, they didn't do it. I was willing to have them go back and figure out whether 75 feet would work. And if it would, I would have held them to 75 feet.
So there's one issue with 75 feet. Because of the unsafe order, it's not an option right now. So 60 feet is the option. Above, governed by the unsafe ordinance in the Indian Safer chapter.
Sorry, just curiosity, who determined that? Is it the city engineers?
And risk management and other folks looking at the situation determined 60 feet.
You see, let me qualify my next statement by saying I'm not an engineer. That being said, I find it hard to believe based on my own eyes and what I've seen people do to shore up structures. Twice that high, maybe, but for 15 extra feet, I've seen, I was in India when these guys were working on the Taj Mahal. And those structures, I've seen them put up scaffolding around it and scaffolding in it to keep it up. And I don't think if they can make it safe at 60 feet, I don't see why they couldn't put something on the inside to keep the extra 15 feet. I mean, there are examples of people putting an internal, what do you call it? The outside is a superstructure. What do you call it if you put it on the inside?
Well, there's exoskeleton, there's, you know.
An
internal skeleton.
And I suspect that the smokestack is hollow. I find it hard to believe that if 60 feet is possible, is safe, an extra 15 feet becomes impossible. And that's just me and my high school physics. I'm sorry.
So is D here, do we have the vote originally?
Yes.
Dee, can you recall the vote?
Yeah, give me a second.
Duncan, do you have anything to say?
Well, in Renard's defense, I was talking, the comments I did make about being legally protected I was making the assumption that the COA as proposed, as Matt said, included the recommendation from staff. I thought that's what we were looking at and debating. So, he and I might both be wrong, but I just want to defend what he said because that was the intention of my comments. The other thing is when I read the RC report, my understanding of the additional 75 feet was that would require some armature construction on the inside, as well as other additional construction recommendations in order to make it safe at 75 feet. And it isn't that it couldn't be safe at that height, it's that it was going to take extra cost and extra provisions in order to do it. And that was my reading of the report. And that's why I think it says 60 to 75 feet, because it had a couple of different provisions for how you might accomplish either one. But I'm happy personally with the 60 feet determination, but anyway.
All right. Thank you, Duncan. Daniel?
So there's sort of one procedural mechanism available, and it kind of depends on what you'd like to do. It is possible to have a motion to reconsider the vote, but part of that would be looking at what the original vote was, who might change their vote, what implications that would have on the outcome of the original vote. So I was asking you about the original vote.
She's finding out for us.
And do the owners have to be here for that vote?
I don't believe they do. They were here for the presentation.
I've got the count.
All right. Go ahead, Dee.
Okay, so you want to know what everybody voted?
Yes.
Okay, Marlene Newman, I have a yes. Cindy Stoller, I have a yes. Matthew Seddon, I have a yes. John Saunders, I have a yes. Elizabeth Mitchell, I have a yes. And Renard Cross, I have a yes.
Do you have the motion? What's the motion that went into the minutes? The exact wording of the motion.
To approve. I don't have the exact wording. I don't type minutes when I'm in the meeting.
Is it on tape?
Yes.
Yeah, it's recorded.
I mean, for what it's worth now, and I don't know what legal implications this will have. I thought I was voting for the motion with the conditions. That's what I thought I was voting for. And everything that I said in the meeting basically made a beeline. That, I mean, if it's 60, I'm not willing to quibble over 60 versus 75. But based on your presentation on the thing and your opinion, if we can attach conditions, I would certainly vote to have conditions attached.
So I guess the other question is, given that the motion was supposed to be as submitted by the petitioner, and that was just assuming that in fact what was voted on, how many people, do we do a show of hands? I mean, we're still missing one commissioner who voted yes, which may flip it irreparably if enough people are willing to or want to change their vote. So are people willing to do that?
I wouldn't
change my vote.
I would have changed mine.
We got to find out what our missing commissioner would do.
You may call it. Well, wouldn't it be, John, would we be able to do it with just the 5 of us sitting here?
We're still a quorum.
We're still a quorum, and so, I mean, and then 3-2, you guys would get on record that you oppose the motion as it is. And we would go on record saying we supported the motion as it was.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the member of a prevailing side has to make the motion to reconsider. And then we can retake the vote.
Don't we have to have a visitor here?
You can't.
No, she's no longer at the meeting. but you have a quorum.
So we still have a quorum.
We still have a quorum. This would be a mechanism. So here's what would likely happen. I could make this motion second to reconsider, since I was on the winning side, to reconsider. I would be very clear that of what I was moving, that it didn't have any condition. We'd take the vote, as we've done a little straw poll here.
Well, the
You
original,
guys would be, huh?
sorry, the original question is just whether to even reconsider.
Yeah, well, first we'd have to agree to reconsider.
Right.
Then I'd make a motion, right,
Couldn't
to,
the original motion be presented as if there hadn't been a vote in the first place?
right, and then what would happen is you guys would vote against it. You'd be going on record saying you didn't like that. You could even read into the record, you would prefer to have conditions, and then, right? and
Well,
then-
my suggestion would be, depending on the vote on the motion to reconsider, if 3 members did not want to vote to reconsider it, if the 2 members who wanted to could say their piece at that point, even if the motion doesn't carry because it's debatable, without bringing the original question back if the motion to reconsider fails. Does that make sense?
It would be a way for them to be completely on record that what they wanted was to have conditions.
Or
Is that what you're trying to
we
say?
understood the motion.
I'm trying to make you guys happy. So I'll leave you to talk to Daniel, and I will do whatever kind of parliamentary procedure I need to do to get you guys on record.
I get what you're saying. First, you'd have to vote to reconsider, and we could lose that vote. And then the motion would be voted on again. We could still lose it.
Yep.
Right. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with losing the vote. I would just like my vote to be clearly reflective of what my position was, which it isn't.
Let's get a motion to rescind the vote. Matthew,
I move that we reconsider. And let's be absolutely clear, the vote on COA 22-27.
Second.
okay.
Okay, now is there any debate? So if there is anybody that wants to debate, make a statement, you can do that first before the vote's called for.
John, what is your position? I mean, that's the, what are we
Yeah.
going forward? It's like ridiculous.
You know, my position is that I want us to do the right thing. And I think probably doing the right thing is moving along and getting the MOA or getting the condition put on there. I think that's probably the way to go about it. I think that this company bought this property. They should have done their due diligence and should have known that this could have come up as a possible issue. I'm not happy that they're trying to back away, and I'm not happy that it's a monetary thing. So I don't think in historic preservation that monetary should be a factor in what you can do or not do. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about that. And so I think we need to move forward and where we are now and take the vote.
To make a motion.
Well, I did move to reconsider.
And to clarify, you were a movement of the first one, you were the, we call the prevailing side of that motion.
Yes. Well, we all, it was a unanimous vote, but I made the original motion, I'm making the new motion, that seems pretty clear. So so what's in front of us is, I'm sorry, I'm taking over your.
No.
What's in front of us is the motion to reconsider that vote on that COA.
Correct. And Sam
We haven't
second.
voted on it.
No.
We haven't voted.
Sorry,
Didn't you
I
second?
did second it.
Okay, so we'll take, D will take our tally.
Okay, Marlene,
Is there?
Marlene,
The question. is-
Marlene Newman,
And they're not voting on this.
She's asking you your vote.
Yes.
This is to reconsider.
I'm voting yes to reconsider.
okay, Sam DeSaller,
Yes.
Matthew Seddon, John Saunders,
Yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell, oh, she's gone, sorry, Renard Cross.
We need a new motion.
Yes.
Can I pause for a minute? We talk for a second, John?
I didn't hear Renard's vote.
I said yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
And we're gonna have a little
100%
pause for
affirmative.
Let's get back. Okay. I mean, come on, it's almost.
Let's put ourselves out of our
It's
misery.
past my bedtime.
So here, I'm gonna make a suggestion. There was a motion on the floor which passed, which has now been reconsidered, that has significant implications for a petitioner who's no longer present and able to participate in this discussion. My advice would be that the vote on the actual issue be continued so that the petitioner can be present. And whether that involves scheduling a special session at about the time that the council votes on the underlying issue of designation. But that seems to be, I think, the fairest path forward right now, given everything and the confusion about that. So that would be my advice, my suggestion.
I have no problem.
Our next HPC meeting is April 14th, correct, Gloria? Not the 8th. So I would, as staff, I would recommend to the commission that we meet no later than like April 7th or something if the council designates. I mean, I would even personally, ASAP would be my suggestion, but.
And that would be
I'm totally amenable to that, and would meet, I don't know. let's
That's
get our
an
calendars
extra, sorry, that's an
tomorrow night,
extraordinary meeting, right?
Yeah.
That would be
All
a
we
special-
consider is
special
this
meeting.
Yeah.
Can we do that online?
A certain number of us
No, we
can.
have to be, we have to have 5 of us here. The rest of us can be.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Isn't there like a certain percentage of people, voting members that have to be here, but
Yeah.
not all of us?
5.
5.
Five.
5 have to be present, the rest can be online.
Can I ask another question? It seems really weird that people who didn't vote would vote, or the people who weren't here.
To hear the discussion.
Yeah, because it seems like that what we're reconsidering, is it the vote? Is it the motion? Is it what we discussed? Because the people, anybody who
Turns up
wasn't-
at this next meeting, we didn't hear the discussion,
or
we'd be voting on.
Correct, yeah. That's how it works.
I honestly don't have a problem. I mean, I'm not gonna be crushed if we lose, you know, or win. It's not, poor choice of words. But, you know, I would like to vote based on what my understanding of the vote was. And if others share my position, then that's fine. And if others don't, then that's also fine. That's how the process works. But I was not voting for
the petition
as is without conditions. I assumed that the petition had the conditions attached. That was what I was voting for.
make it a policy from now on to repeat the motion? I think we should repeat the motion before we vote. Like the person who says it, and then somebody repeats it, whether it's you or
Gloria.
or I think or me or somebody repeats it, so that
Right.
we're all on the same page. We've created one.
Well, you know, I think a lot of us been here for 5, 6 years now, 4 years, Sam. Marlene, you've been on before, but this is the first time we've had something like this come up.
Right, I think.
And so it's never been a real confusion prior, but now it is, and I agree with what you're saying.
If I may, I don't know if this being an extraordinary meeting that we're trying to schedule, if the minutes will be available, but I would like that at least the minutes be available for anyone who's going to participate in the vote at the next meeting. So
I think you can get it off of cats. You can watch the trend, you can watch it live.
Watch the whole thing.
I don't know if I can insist on anyone who wasn't here to at least have, I can't force them to watch it, but at least
It's
you can
available, yeah.
make it available to them and explain to them that this is the matter that's going to be discussed. These are the issues that came up. Please inform yourself before you come to the next meeting. That's that.
Okay.
I would reiterate my desire for us to be on record as quickly as we can. Asserting the safety, the need to get this done safely as quickly as we can. And so I would suggest maybe we do Monday, the 28th. That's this coming Monday. And just all we would do is this vote.
How long before we
Uh,
notice?
It's have to be.
Oh, how many days?
In the H-
Seven,
HT.
it's 7, I think.
Which one are you talking
It's 7 or
about?
10.
Special session. The notice requirement.
Thank you.
Special session, 48 hours. Okay, yeah, it's 48 hours.
48 hours. So if we got the notice in tomorrow, we could do it on Monday.
Is it 2 working days or 2 calendar days? 2 working days would make it Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, yeah.
Semantics.
I'll do it. I'll do either one. Except I'm going to the meeting.
Yeah, so it's gotta go in the HT, Matt.
Well, I don't
It might have to go in the paper.
So we'll look at that, but I don't think we want to rush and create a procedural issue. where we don't
I
have to-
agree with that. So I will do it as soon as I can.
Yeah, let me know when and I'll be there.
I'll be there.
Thank you. The coordinator. petitioner.
I can't do it next Friday the 1st.
April Fool.
No, I'm serious.
Well, I suspect you just really need to tell the petitioner
Or I could-
when the meeting was.
I might be able to do it remotely.
I mean, ideally, we would have the question resolved before the April 6th council meeting, so they know what the HPC is headed, just for all the information, but that's my, and
I think we should schedule it for April 1st.
He said he couldn't come.
I just think it would make an interesting twist to everything.
Okay, so just, so for the record, that motion did pass.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next issue is for it is we would need a motion to continue that to either a special meeting or to continue the motion to the next meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission.
I think we need a special meeting.
Well, but there needs to be a motion
Right.
on the question
Right.
before us on the COA to continue it to the next meeting.
I move that we continue the COA to the next meeting.
Second.
Oh, what's the COA numbers?
Oh,
22-27.
I move that we continue the discussion of COA 22-27 at the next meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission.
second. D, can we take a vote?
Take discussion.
Oh,
Any discussion?
Discussion.
Yeah, I have a comment.
All right, Duncan.
If the maybe it's a question for Daniel, but if there's another meeting scheduled in order to do this, take this action, in order to get the owner present, would the owner have any opportunity to speak? Because and the reason I'm asking is because the period of input was over, and the motion was made and seconded, and I acknowledge all the confusion, but it would seem that we would just open that meeting, go to motion, and vote without reinstituting the entire meeting. If we vote down the original motion and make another motion and vote on that, that's binding. I don't see why we would reopen the entire meeting. So my conclusion from that is vote tonight.
So it's already been continued to the next meeting, or is it still being debated? That's still being debated. Okay.
You haven't voted yet. You haven't voted on it yet. That's why I called for discussion. That motion's on the table, but it's not been voted on.
You want to remove the motion so we can
Well,
talk
I
some more?
wanna, it's still, you can still debate it at this point.
Okay, good.
May I?
Yes, please.
Whereas I hear and I agree with Duncan, and I would love to do it that way, for the purposes of transparency, I think we should get the owner here and maybe even the owner's attorney. He can bring his people with him. He may not speak, but he'll be present, and it doesn't appear that we're doing anything behind closed doors. I think for the purpose of transparency, and it may just be that alone, I think there's an inherent sense of unfairness. If he was at the meeting, a vote was taken, he believes he got what he wanted, only to hear by letter at some point that he didn't. And it just looks bad.
Okay.
And for that reason alone, I think he should be invited to attend. I don't think we have to coordinate with him. We just tell him, listen, the next meeting is here. This is what will be discussed. We're telling you this as a courtesy. You can attend. It's a legal question on whether or not they'll be allowed to speak. I would defer to the attorney. But I think they should be informed and give the opportunity to be present.
Okay, I understand and I'm sympathetic with that point of view, but I think it needs to be made clear exactly how that meeting is going to be conducted, because I don't think it's appropriate to reopen the entire discussion.
Okay, so can I just make a procedural comment? Because the motion to reconsider passed, the question is essentially undone. It's for the commission again. As a COA, that's still, it's like if we continued it, having never voted on it. Now, I understand that there's been that conversation has already happened. A lot of those questions have been asked. So there may not be a need to rehash all that, but I think they need to have an opportunity to be present.
And all I was gonna say is I would say they should have an opportunity to speak. They're going to not be happy. They should be able to express that. Well, I don't know. I'm always gonna think, but odds are you're not gonna be happy. You should have the opportunity to tell us that and make us sit here and listen. And then we go ahead totally up front. So I think, as Daniel has said, yeah, we could make the next motion. Anytime you make a motion, there's opportunity for discussion, amendments, blah, blah, blah. And so we have that. We could invite the public to speak. We could invite him to speak. And that seems to me to be the most fair. I feel bad all around that it wasn't clear. And if we're gonna fix it, then let's fix it correctly.
Okay. As an advisory member, I want to make a comment about the way this meeting was conducted and the way we've typically conducted meetings, the protocols that we've used, which is that questions go around the commission. The petitioner has a chance to make a presentation, questions go around, and then the petitioner, and then the comments go around, and then it's open to public comment. And then there are more comments from us, but it's not a dialogue typically. And so tonight we had the lawyer coming in and out, we had the petitioner coming in and out, we had us going in and out, and sometimes, I don't object to us talking to one another in the comment period. I think it's perfectly appropriate, and I don't think the meeting should be run so strictly that conversation is squelched by any means. But typically the public and the petitioner have a very specific position in the procedure, and the rest of it is pretty much conducted among commissioners. So I was sorry to see us jumping in and out of that format tonight. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to make sure what the format for the meeting was going to be. I agree with you, Matt, both you and Renard, about transparency and making it all fair. But it's really confusing when we start to just have back and forth conversations between one of us and a petitioner, or one of us and their lawyer, and it doesn't serve the meeting well. I don't believe. So I just, I sympathize with all the other things. I'm just as sorry as everybody that there was confusing. I believed what Reynard was believing at the way that the motion was being made. But I want to be very clear about that procedure. at the end of this meeting, I want to make another comment about something that happened in a previous meeting, just as an advisory member, because I think it was a disservice to us too. But I'll hold that one till later.
Okay, thank you, Duncan.
Are you guys muted? I can't hear what's going on.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good.
So what's
So,
being decided?
Do you state the motion?
yes, please. We've had so much discussion going on.
There was a motion to continue this certificate of appropriateness to the next meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission, which was seconded. Right. So we need to vote now.
So let's take the vote. D,
Marlene Newman,
Yes.
Sam DeSaller,
yes.
Matt Seddon, John Saunders,
Yes.
Bernard Cross.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So now we have to schedule the next meeting.
Yeah, do we need a motion to have a special meeting, or can we just call
Schedule that. Yeah, we can not do it now. We can schedule it.
Okay. Anything else? Duncan? You had
No,
another comment? I'm sorry.
No, excuse me, John, go ahead.
Duncan, you had another comment?
Well, I was waiting until, are we in commissioners' comments? You finished with new business and all that?
Old business?
Not really that I know of. We're still touching base with the Elm Heights, the Spanish tile issue has been following up.
No, second and best.
Yes,
Is that the one with the gentleman that stripped the thing off?
No, different house.
What
This is
happened?
an apartment that's one thing at a time.
Okay.
So this one is an apartment building on the corner of Second and Best where they illegally removed the original tile roof.
yeah, we're following up with the managers, and that's something that's ongoing right now. So just wanted to,
Okay.
let's see, like, there's so many other things that are business that I could talk about, but none of them are urgent right now. And I'm gonna make a list for next week if we have time.
Yeah.
Not next week, next
Next meeting.
April 14th meeting.
But and the one that Bernard was referring to is the house on Hawthorne, I think it
Yes.
is.
I haven't had a super recent update, but they have touched base with us a few times.
All right, commissioner comments.
Okay.
Duncan, please.
Duncan.
I changed my mind. No. So here, I don't want anybody to take this personally, least of all staff or anyone else, but I felt like in the last meeting, right toward the end, it was running late and everybody was, we were working on the Johnson Creamery thing and whether we were going to send it to council or not. And John made some comments about how there was a certain amount of urgency and we needed to move the thing along. And we were really in the middle of a rather complex discussion about part of which was the safety of the stack, part of which was just the merits of the designation, whether we should consider it or not. And then we had an issue where we had a boundary that was incomplete in the sense that it was proposed by staff as a certain boundary. But when I started, when I made a comment about how the boundary is everything when you do a historic designation, because that is the final jurisdictional decision. Everything within the boundary is in the jurisdiction of the historic district and consequently HPC jurisdiction. There was a sense that somehow the urgency of pushing it to council led to a motion to move it to council without any further discussion about the boundary. And I felt like that was really remiss, that we really had foregone not an opportunity, but a responsibility that we have, which is when we send something to council, it needs to be exactly the way we want it. We have the expertise to make decisions about boundary. And when we define a historic district, it defines what our jurisdiction is. And we need to be clear exactly what we want the council to do. If they want to change it, or if an owner comes in later and with a proposal and wants to change it, that's all part of the council procedure. All we can do is get up there and present our case at that point. But now we're presented with a situation where we're going to go into a council meeting with an undefined boundary or a boundary that is somewhat open-ended. And I mean, we don't necessarily have to treat it that way. We can say this is the one we want. But basically what we've indicated is that we want them to decide what the boundary is. And that has opened up, I almost can assure you that will have opened up a can of worms at the council meeting. One that we won't have any control. We won't have any control over the discussion. We won't be able to even if we each went and got up and made a presentation, it wouldn't be the same as when you send a clear definition of what you're asking for. And I know that the owner has petitioned, for a different boundary. And I don't know if this is inappropriate or appropriate, but I just want to say to everybody that when we do designations like the one we just decided to move forward, we need to, typically we do these based on the property line. And in this case, the creamery, it's very complex because the owner has other options and approvals that they want to develop on the property. And so anything that he might want to do could potentially restrict our oversight on the site. And our primary position, primary responsibility is to protect the historic building. And the boundary is the way we do it. So, I can't remember who it was, but one of the commissioners kind of dissed the idea that was even an important decision. And I just want to reiterate that that's the most important decision. And hopefully, hopefully we'll just stay late and take care of it in the future, because I think it's going to be really difficult at the council meeting when the entire argument starts to be about the boundary.
I'll just respond real quick, Duncan. I really appreciate what you're saying. I don't think that accurately reflects what happened. We sent them a boundary. We sent them a clear red defined boundary that the staff had proposed. We had some internal debate over what the boundary was. I proposed a different boundary. You proposed a different boundary. And then in the end, we voted on the boundary that the staff had proposed, and we sent that. So we had some internal disagreement, but we did send them a defined boundary. And you and I disagreed on what that boundary should be, et cetera, but it's not accurate that we didn't send them a boundary. We sent them a clear boundary. And we did say, sure, they can cut it down. That comment was made that if, that we would leave it to, if the council wanted to cut it down, they could, just like you just said. So I appreciate what you're saying. I totally appreciate the importance of having a significant boundary. Been meaning to have lunch with you for quite a while. We can continue this discussion and argument later. And there's, but I've had some experience with National Historic Register district boundary issues, and I'm fully aware of the importance of them. But we did send it with a boundary. I have no doubt in my mind.
I guess I should have said, I don't think we sent them a boundary that we had consensus on. And I think we gave up on the discussion, Matt, frankly, and I'm not blaming anybody for it. We were all in a hurry. It was a late meeting, and there was real urgency, which the staff impressed upon us. So I just think it was a mistake to not complete a discussion about those issues. And I don't think, and in the future, I hope we don't make it again.
Thank you. Any more commissioner comments?
I'll make a brief one. And I think the Johnson Creamery, the whole situation has brought up for me something that I think we should look at sort of on a more meta level, is what national registered districts and national registered properties do we have in Bloomington that we do not have local districts for? What is that overlap? Because they're basically unprotected. And I think we should look into moving on, trying to make those boundaries coincident.
Yeah, it would be embarrassing to
It is.
like, have to somehow conclude or have the city council conclude that something like registered isn't city worthy. I mean, I've found that perplexing.
Can you hold on, Attorney, for a moment?
Yes.
Yep.
Give me one moment.
You're fine.
In the city block.
We're gonna be here for a while.
Yeah. I don't know, we'll
Make a motion for.
Duncan,
While we're waiting to adjourn.
What's that?
No, I was just gonna say, while we're waiting to adjourn.
I'm sorry, Bernard.
Oh,
John, yeah, I think you could. Excuse me. Go
No,
ahead.
Danny,
Okay.
it's better.
One procedural thing. Are we still in the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. In lieu of adjourning the meeting, what I would advise you to do is call a recess, and that will convene the meeting again. So it'll be the same meeting. And invite us back to that reconvened meeting. And we need to pick that place and time. Last meeting, this room, again by hybrid. And we need to pick that date. Pick that date tonight? Yes.
Well,
So I'm sorry to impose on you again, but that would be.
That would be expedient.
So we're not going to adjourn the meeting.
Or do we have different questions? It'll be a recess.
It'll be recess and reconvene and a future date.
That we gotta pick tonight.
And we'll get that tonight, and it'll be at this place by hybrid again.
Right.
But then, but still, the format of the meeting hasn't been determined.
It'll be because it's the same meeting.
It'll be.
We're not ending our
No,
meeting.
I get that, but are we including yet another discussion session with the owner? That was the question that
I think
Duncan.
I would leave that to the commissioners if they want additional debate or questions or comments.
I would suggest we invite the owners, and I would suggest we follow the procedure we normally follow, which would be that, all right, this has been reopened. We have a new motion would be correct to
Recess.
well, right now we've moved to recess when we'd set a date and and time, and when we rejoin, we could kick it off simply by I could simply remake my motion as I had made it before, as I understood it.
right.
Then we open it up for discussion, and we can do questions and then comments and then the public comment and then any dialogue amongst ourselves. And then, oh,
Sounds good.
Right,
Would you like me to
sound
call
okay?
Elizabeth right now? Would you like me to call Elizabeth right now for any date?
yeah.
Yes.
Call them, sorry.
So if it's the same meeting, are we allowed to have other people?
Yes.
I mean, commissioners?
Commissioners can.
Yes,
show
we're
up.
gonna invite all the commissioners, then all the commissioners can come. We're gonna invite the public, we're gonna invite, everybody.
You've reached the voicemail system. If you have a mailbox on this system.
We're voting on the same.
So when we come back after our recess, we reconvene, Matthew's going to make his motion,
Which will be the same.
which will be the same. Then we will take a vote. Discussion, questions, then discussion. Then we'll do a vote to approve it or disapprove his motion. And then we open it up again for a new motion
If needed.
if needed, with Renard's, or whoever makes it, with the additional conditions, adding the conditions to the COA.
If the first one.
If, right, if the first one doesn't go through.
Right, and the conditions are things that were in the.
In the staff.
And the staff.
Could be anywhere. Could be-
Yeah, it could be anywhere.
My question is, if it's not a new meeting, do we still have to advertise and go through that entire process? Or do we just decide on a date and tell the,
We will go ahead and do that.
sorry, which
We'll
one?
go ahead and advertise.
Okay.
Just as well,
So
even if it's not a requirement.
what date?
Is the earliest.
I move we recess to Thursday. Oh, we pick a date that we can move. Yes, that's better. How about Thursday, the 31st? That's next Thursday. Same time, same channel.
5 p.m. McCluskey.
5 p.m., right?
Yeah, 5 p.m. Koski.
I texted Elizabeth, just so you know, I'm trying to get a little bit.
I can do that.
Well, the date would might be an issue for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to go with the best you can with the
Yeah.
most people you can, like, you know.
As long as we got a quorum, we're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to get out the rest of the commission.
The 31st. of
March
Okay.
31st, 5 p.m.
We can, Dean, Gloria, we can call the other commissioners and make our best effort to get people there, so.
Call the, that'll give us time to get it in the paper. We already have an esteemed member of the press who will likely get it into his esteemed publication. Or not, he's probably tired of it.
All right.
So,
I don't look particularly good.
No, I don't feel like this is my finest hour as a public servant.
You need a motion to recess till March 31st.
Listen, when things go well, they'll make good stories.
Yeah, we need a motion.
I move that we recess till Thursday, March 31st at 5 p.m.
Second.
Dee, can you do the tally?
Marlene Newman,
Yes.
Sam DeSaller. I didn't hear.
Yes.
Matthew Sutton,
Yes.
John Saunders,
Yes.
Elizabeth Mitchell.
Not with us.
Oh, sorry.
She's not.
Not here.
Bernard,
Yes.
Bernard Cross,
Yes, affirmative.
motion carries.
Thank you.
So now we're done.
It might come out in
No.
minutes that.
We're
Yeah,
in
no, we're in
recess.
recess.